poorly operating air conditioning system results in uneven temperatures and humidity problems, leading to unhealthy mold and mildew growth. Don't compromise your business's overall air quality. Schedule today with Air Comfort. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Even if you're under contract with another provider, let Air Comfort provide your second opinion. After all, there's a reason why hundreds of businesses have trusted Air Comfort with their mechanical maintenance for more than 80 years. That's Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
5:06 this morning. Here, let me get the broom out and sweep away some room. The fog blocking my view of Jim Talamonte this morning in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Buck. Hey, may need a coal miner's lantern and then some. And this is affecting travel at Chicago's airports, especially Midway. Dozens of flights are canceled or delayed this morning due to that fog. Apparently due to that fog, most of the affected flights involve Southwest Airlines. If arrivals and departures are affected, O'Hare has just a handful of delays. Most of these are for arriving flights. On the roads, we've had some issues as well. There's a crash on Lakeshore Drive southbound just past the Oak Street curve. That fog is very dense along Chicago's lakefront and in the downtown area. Also northwest of Chicago, there's thick fog, and on westbound I-90, the Adams Tollway, there's a crash east of Beverly Road, and that is blocking 2 left lanes. Traffic is brought to you by GoToMeeting. Be a meeting MVP. GoToMeeting is the online meeting tool that lets you easily collaborate and present from anywhere with one click, so you always put on your best performance. Step up your meeting game and start your free trial at GoToMeeting.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Let's get the very latest this morning with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with a high 70, then tonight becoming mostly cloudy. We'll have occasional rain and a thunderstorm beginning late in the evening. A low tonight 55, then tomorrow passing shower in the morning, otherwise breaks of sun with a high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently fog everywhere. 53 at O'Hare, 50 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Lou Bridges Show. Get foreclosure defense solutions that may save your home. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live this morning from Lake Forest. We're at Impact Networking, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And happy to be back up in scenic Lake County. This is
gorgeous.
It's a cool space. I don't think you are cool enough to be here, Amy.
Well, I was going to say the same thing about you, Dan, that this is too hip for one Dan Proft. I mean, it's a gorgeous, like the flooring, even the cafeteria has a splashboard that I've never seen before. They have a keg in there. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I already drank from the keg.
That's cool. You know, if my haircut was a little bit more complicated, I could probably hang out here and play some Nerf basketball later and do what the cool kids are doing. But yeah, this is very cool.
Yeah, it's been here since 1999, and it's not called Impact Networking. It's referred to as Impact, Dan, if you want to be hip and cool.
That's their corporate name.
Yes, and you can find them at impactmybiz.com, and they're on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. You know, because you Instagram, right, Dan?
I don't. It's
No,
one of the few. I can only spend so much time on social media. I have to live a life, too. This is 240 employees, so this is
Nice.
a significant company, $50+ million company, and they're growing very quickly. They do business process automation, document management, design and marketing, and also outsourced and managed IT. So this is like one of these, up and coming, hip and cool, on the scene companies.
Yeah, and 95+ awards for culture, growth, service, and industry. So this would be the place to work, that's for sure. And it was a nice drive-in, but it was a little foggy, so I felt as if I was in a horror film. You know, when you get off at Rockland Road you go by the animals at Lamb's Farm, and you can't see in front of you because it's foggy. And then I pull up here, and there's a sheriff's deputy here, and then there's another vehicle here with all the doors open, and I'm wondering, what in the world did you and Eric Thomas do that the cops had to be called?
Yeah, Eric Thomas tripped the alarm.
Yeah, did he?
So don't rob a bank with that guy, I'll tell you. He tripped the alarm, and so, of course, since nothing is going on in Lake Forest, they scrambled the entire, there was a tactical unit here.
Thought I saw the SWAT team.
I was just preparing for the show, and a red dot appeared on my chest. I thought I was going to be taken out by a sniper team. But Eric was able to talk everybody down, and the show will go on.
And didn't you get stuck in the elevator?
Briefly, because this place shuts down when the alarm...
Okay.
Yeah, you know, the steel doors come down. This place, I mean, this is substantial here.
Yeah, it's high tech.
All right, well, we need to do a little business because last night there were a couple of primary elections. Donald Trump returned to piling up delegates.
Yeah, he's got 2 more states. He won 2 more states. Good for him.
And Bernie Sanders returned to piling up victories. Not delegates, of course, because even when he wins, he loses. Hillary Clinton keeping her losing streak going. But here's something that you need to know. Bernie Sanders may be more in touch with West Virginia Democrat primary voters, but Hillary Clinton is focusing on a bit of a counterintuitive strategy. She is looking to zero in on extraterrestrials and kind of the Star Trek X-Files electorate, that portion of the electorate.
Okay.
She was on Jimmy Kimmel, and when he referred to UFOs, she actually corrected him and say, you know, Jimmy, there's a new name. It's unexplained aerial phenomenon. UAPs is the nomenclature.
Oh.
So she didn't have much time for West Virginia minors.
No, she didn't.
But if you live in your mom's basement and you watch X-Files reruns all day, you know that something is out there. The truth is out there.
Yeah, Roswell, New Mexico.
Hillary Clinton could be your candidate.
But Bernie Sanders, he was quick. He was the only one who had a victory speech last night. Donald Trump took the night off, and Bernie Sanders let everybody know that he's the big winner.
We're going to fight for every last vote, and if things go well in the next 9 states, we got a shot to win a majority of the pledged delegates.
Now, is there any truth to that? Because he has won 19 states. I mean, he's making a mark, but it's not very effective.
Well, I mean, Hillary Clinton doesn't have 100% of the delegates she needs yet, and Bernie believes if he keeps piling up victories that ultimately he can go and persuade some of the superdelegates to change their tune and move from Camp Hillary to Camp Bernie, or Camp Hillary to Bernie's commune, I think would be more appropriate. But
I have relatives who went to a commune.
Well, I know. Yeah, of course.
Of course I did in Vermont, yes.
Yeah, well, plus the naked commune that you lived in Mount Prospect.
Mount Prospect. Oh, no, a nudist lived in our house before we moved in.
Yeah, and then you continued the tradition.
Exactly, yes.
Which is nice.
Is it okay that I don't have clothes on today? Is that a problem?
Wow. That's Radio Verite, folks. You don't get that anywhere else. That's a mental picture on your ride to work. So, but in terms of Bernie, going back to Bernie, I lost my train of thought.
Yes.
Bernie and Hillary, no, I mean, she's going to close him out ultimately, and I doubt those superdelegates are going to migrate unless Jim Comey refers her for prosecution. But it is something about, that does say something about where Hillary's campaign is, even as the focus is on Trump and he can't win and all of these things. Well, he can't win, except there's some recent polling that suggests that's not true. Polling in swing states that came out yesterday shows Clinton only leading Trump by 1 point in Pennsylvania. So it's a dead heat in Pennsylvania. This is Quinnipiac. She leads him by 1 point in Florida, so dead heat. And he is up, Trump, by 4 points in Ohio. An assistant at the Quinnipiac polling organization said that at this juncture, Trump is doing better in Pennsylvania than the GOP nominees in 08 and 12, both of whom lost, of course, but they lost all the states we're mentioning. That was the problem. And the two candidates are about where their party predecessors were at this point in Ohio and Florida. So he's certainly he's doing better in Pennsylvania. He is not knocked out of the box as I think the left and the Washington Press Corps, and I repeat myself, was hoping would be the case as he now is the presumptive Republican nominee. So, anybody who thinks that Hillary is going to just stroll in and Donald Trump has no prospect of winning, the numbers suggest otherwise.
But Bernie Sanders still, again, I know that there is no hope, but last night he sounded like he was taking on Donald Trump in the general election.
Donald Trump is not going to become president for a number of reasons. And the major reason is that the American people understand that we cannot have a president who has insulted Latinos and Mexicans, who has insulted Muslims, who every day is insulting women in one way or another, who has insulted veterans like John McCain and others, who has insulted African Americans in a very profound way.
See? But I've never heard him take on Donald Trump like that before, and he didn't stop.
Now let's go over the list of the reasons why Bernie Sanders is never going to be president of the United States.
Shh, don't tell him that yet.
Ted Cruz returned to the Senate yesterday.
Yeah, he's back.
To much
so did others.
media scrutiny. And this was kind of an interesting exchange. Now, this was in the afternoon before the results came in Nebraska and West Virginia. Cruz knew he was not going to win Nebraska, but nevertheless, this kind of pushing the door ajar just a bit for a return was kind of a bizarre choice. Listen to Ted Cruz.
Listen, we have suspended the campaign. We've suspended the campaign because I can see no viable path to victory. Of course, if that changed, we would reconsider things. But let's be clear, we're not going to win Nebraska today. There should be no mystery, no excitement in that. We've withdrawn from the campaign, and it is in the hands of the voters. If circumstances change, we will always assess change circumstances. But I appreciate the eagerness and excitement of all the folks in the media to see me back in the ring. But you may have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, so I like the little dig at the media, a little passive-aggressive dig by Cruz.
See all those cameras around him?
Well, sure.
You couldn't get anywhere near him. I mean, it was crazy. But,
Well-
it was their first day back at work since Trump became the presumptive nominee.
Yeah, but what did you think about Cruz suggesting if the circumstances change, it's in the hands of the voters? I understand anything's possible, right? A meteor could hit Trump Tower. But that's about where we're at in terms of anything that's going to change the trajectory of the race to lead us somewhere other than Trump as the nominee. I mean, he's going to get to 1,300 plus delegates. So why? What is this like? If the circumstances change, business, just close the door. Say this is Donald. Which Cruz said, but he said the other part of it as well. The people have spoken. This is what the Republican Party wants, at least a plurality of Republican voters, and that's enough when you start with 17 candidates and just be done with it. And so, this is on Donald Trump now. He is the titular head of the party as the party's nominee or soon to be the party's nominee. And so, these questions are better directed his way. I think it just doesn't afford Cruz to kind of to leave the door just a little bit ajar, like he said.
That's why they say they suspend their campaign instead of just getting out of it in case there's a possibility that something catastrophic could happen and he'd come back.
Yeah, it's the kind of conniving rhetoric of a politician.
He did get 17,000 votes in Nebraska.
Yeah,
I mean, he got 9% compared to Donald Trump's 76%.
My campaign suspended.
Yeah.
My campaign is over, just as the campaigns are of the other 16 candidates who ran this cycle. Donald Trump is going to be the nominee, so let's look forward to November rather than kind of playing these fantasy POTUS politics, electoral politics games. I just don't like it. I don't think it helps him.
You know what he was doing yesterday? He's still running. He's running for president now in 2020. That's what he's doing. He's keeping his name out there. He's going to be there.
Right, and to do that, you want to come out of this as strong as possible, and I think that it diminishes him to leave that door open. I don't see the value in it. Now, the other thing is Cruz is also resisting endorsing Trump to this point. And for those people who say, well, Cruz is being a spoiled sport, just let me remind you something. And this goes for Donald Trump and every nominee for every office after a primary. contentious or otherwise. It is the responsibility of the victor to exercise humility, to go and make the ask to the vanquished that to fall in line and to support their candidacy. So if Donald Trump doesn't want Ted Cruz's endorsement, that's fine. But if Donald Trump doesn't make the overture, if he doesn't do the heavy lifting to unify the party or as much of it as possible, then that is on Donald Trump, just like it would be on Ted Cruz if the situation were reversed, just like it is on every Republican, every Democrat candidate for every office after a primary. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But remember whose responsibility unification of the party is. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Thick fog greets you as you head out the door. Actually, we have a fog advisory until 10 a.m. this morning. A high today of 68 degrees. Then tomorrow, a passing shower, a high of 70 degrees. I'm sure the fog is wreaking havoc on the roadways. Here's Jim Talamonte with all those travel times. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. You might say it's having a big impact this morning, and not just in Lake Forest, but also here in downtown Chicago. It's really thick, and the speeds are reduced throughout the area because of the reduced visibilities in some places well under a quarter mile, and it's affecting air travel. Many cancellations at Midway and some delays as well, especially affecting Southwest Airlines. There are some delays at O'Hare, more for arriving flights than departures. In fact, most departures are on schedule. The Edens has no congestion right now, no issues aside from the fog. Kennedy, the express lanes haven't opened yet. They should be opening soon on the inbound side. They were closed for overnight maintenance. No real delays, though. Same goes for the Eisenhower and the Stevenson. The Ryan's a little heavy approaching downtown. The big issues on the Adams Tollway westbound, where everything is blocked right now. Between Bartlett Road and 59, there's a crash involving a rollover semi. The delays start at Higgins Road, and traffic at this moment is not moving at all between Higgins and Bartlett Road. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Opportunity Project, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
There are two kinds of pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Your favorite restaurant, a smashing Broadway play, the most talented doctor. There are many things in life that'll make you go the extra distance. So why not take extra time when it comes to your dental health? That's why Artistic Dentistry in Homer Glen should be your first and only call at 708-301-6060. Artistic Dentistry is Destination Dentistry. Dr. Akrush and his team see patients from as far as the northern suburbs to northwest Indiana, and they're so confident you'll receive receive the smile you want, they'll pay for your gas. That's right. All new patients receive a $25 gas card and a free Zoom take-home whitening kit during their first visit. With a 5-star rating from more than 300 online reviewers, you'll see why Artistic Dentistry can be destination dentistry for you and your family. Schedule now at 708-301-6060 or online at artisticdentistry-pc.com. Must mention this ad for gas card while supplies last.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. And we're talking about Trump. And I'll tell you what, the former Mexican President Vicente Fox...
kicking the hornet's nest again, huh?
He is, and did he not understand he's doing Trump's bidding? So Fox had the story. He
what's he doing now?
Appeared on Kick-Ass Politics podcast with
I don't think you could say that on the radio.
I just did. Ben Mathis is the host. After the interview, in which, after apologizing last week, Vicente, for the things he said about Trump and inviting him to Mexico, was back on the attack against Trump. Vicente Fox said, he is the ugly American. He is the hated gringo because he's attacking all of us. He's offending all of us. And then Vicente Fox reiterated, I'm not going to pay for that effing wall.
Huh.
Then after the podcast, they took a picture, the two of them, Ben Mathis and Vicente Fox, both giving...
That's the Milwaukee skyline. The finger?
Oh, yeah. I got
Get it?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Thank you.
Or as more people commonly refer to it, the bird.
Oh, okay.
Or the middle finger. Both with a picture smiling, giving the middle finger to Donald Trump. Well, I'll tell you what, if Vicente Fox keeps doing Trump's bidding by positioning himself as the alternative, then it's the American people who are going to be returning the gesture in November. Very interesting, though. Very interesting. This is going to be one of those races, not just a race to the bottom between Trump and Hillary, but people looking and saying, I may not be comfortable with Trump, but I'm even more uncomfortable with the horrors I see on the other side. Greg in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, Dan, not everybody in their 40s like you has ultimate wisdom, and I think when they do the debrief on Ted Cruz, that's going to be one of the knocks. He just does not have the ability, per what Amy was talking about earlier, in not conceding at this point, to just indwell himself within the voter's mind. He just keeps doing things that are stupid that turns him off.
Thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, I agree with the kind of this leaving the door open if circumstances change. Just, let it go.
He can't. He's worked too hard.
Kevin in Des Plaines, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just started listening to you guys recently. I try to be, objective as much as I can. I'm learning more about politics as this goes on. I am more on the liberal end. But and definitely a supporter of Bernie, and I just, want to get my voice out there and say I think it's a good thing he's still running. Very improbable he's going to win, of course, and I'm a realist, and I get that. But, for liberals, I mean, it's making Hillary stay honest and kind of maybe stay more on the left side, if anything else. But, as far as talking about Hillary and Trump, since I know that's most likely what's going to be, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I mean, you already got Trump kind of flip-flopping on certain issues and kind of coming more on the left side. And that's going to, say what you want about it. I find it concerning, but it may win some of those more liberal or independent type voters that are looking for something like that. I know, like, one thing he's correct me if I'm wrong, but like Social Security, I know that he's saying that he doesn't want to touch that. So it's just going to be really interesting to see. I've never, it hasn't been long, but I've never seen a Republican seem so more liberal than the liberal, and then the liberal seems so more towards like the center right. It's
Kevin,
very interesting.
Kevin, thanks for the call. I appreciate you listening and appreciate your perspective. I agree with you. And I think Trump he started weeks ago making direct overtures to Bernie voters, and I suspect that will continue. And if that means he has to morph some of his positions from the primary, then Trump is certainly not averse to doing so. So you're right. It's going to be fascinating to watch, and I'm also glad Bernie's still in the race.
Do you think Hillary's going to be able to get anti-Trump Republicans?
Very
Because that's
few.
what she's been trying to do this weekend.
Very few. I think Trump's upside is much bigger with Bernie supporters. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hi, this is Kathy Hamilton, former chairman of the College of DuPage. I hope you will join me at the Walk for Dyslexia on Saturday, May 14th at 9 a.m. in Bloomingdale to help kids overcome dyslexia. Dyslexia is a reading and cognition condition that affects millions. This walk supports the Children's Dyslexia Center of Metropolitan Chicago, one of the best training centers in the country. It gives kids the tools they need to achieve all of their potential. And because it's supported by folks like us, all treatment is free. This walk is a great time for everyone. You can bring your family, start a team, or just take the walk and make a donation. It's easy, it's fun, and 100% of your gift goes directly to helping kids. There's still time to sign up at walkfordyslexia.org. That's walkfordyslexia.org. I'll be looking for you May 14th.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How the Obama regime misled the American people about their negotiations with the Iranian regime. That's at 5:37.
And later, would you ever cash in your life savings for a bet, especially on a bet on the Cubs? We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go, and we say good morning to our very good friend, Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 52 degrees, heavy and dense fog in the area this morning. 60 are dead, dozens more hurt following a car bombing in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. An SUV exploded in a market near a beauty salon. Most of those victims were women. Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders celebrating after picking up wins in yesterday's presidential primaries.
Once inside Bertucci's,
Meantime, the Democrat Sanders claiming a win over the rival Hillary Clinton in the Mountain State, Republican Trump taking West Virginia and Nebraska. The suspect in the stabbings of 4 at 2 locations outside of Boston is dead. 2 of the victims also died. Bristol County District Attorney Thomas Quinn says the suspect made his way into a restaurant in the mall where he launched that deadly attack.
Once inside Bertucci's, DeRosa armed himself with a knife and stabbed 4 people, one of whom is now deceased.
Massachusetts State Police this morning say 2 were stabbed at the Silver City Galleria in Taunton, Massachusetts, after Arthur DeRosa crashed his car through the front of a store. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal urging airlines to stop charging baggage fees this summer. In a letter to the 12 major airlines, the U.S. Senator argues the baggage fee charge is forcing folks to carry on more baggage, and that increases wait times at security checkpoints. Chicago police say a man was taken to the hospital in critical condition after he fled authorities and jumped from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare to a lower level. The man was fleeing officers who tried to place him in custody for a disturbance at the terminal counter. 3 middle-aged women are due to appear in court today for allegedly trying to smuggle over $3 million worth of drugs into Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Chicago police tell us this morning the 3 women from Minnesota were detained after arriving from Japan. They reportedly were carrying about 70 pounds of heroin and opium in their luggage. Chicago sports, Cubs over San Diego 8-7. Texas with a comeback win over the White Sox 13-11. The news, a service of TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, see what others paid for it, and get guaranteed savings. TrueCar users save, on average, over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time and money. Download the TrueCar app today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can read between the lines.
There is a strategy that has emerged among all of these prominent Republicans that they want to bring in a white knight candidate, an outsider. They want another person. And you want to know why? Because if you're a Cruz supporter, they think you're stupid. If you're a Trump supporter, they think you're stupid.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Here Maps. Hit the open road with free offline turn-by-turn guidance that works anywhere. Get it for your phone at here.com/offline.
You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303, or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720. NMLS number 217229.
Here's a quiz. Is identity theft just when someone other than you puts charges on your credit card? Nope, that's part of it, but identity theft is actually when someone pretends they're you for any number of undesirable reasons, like opening new accounts or a utility bill. Is it true that identity theft can't happen to you? Nope. 1 in 4 people have experienced identity theft. Will LifeLock help you more with identity theft than free credit monitoring will? Yep. LifeLock's proprietary technology detects a huge range of identity threats. And if you ever have a problem, one of our US-based agents will work to resolve it. So how'd you do on the quiz? Come on, how'd you really do? No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you get a versus a when it comes to identity protection. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS to get 10% off now. LifeLock.
In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, let's get the latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. A major truck crash is for the second morning in a row affecting an Illinois tollway. This time it's I-90. The westbound Jane Addams tollway is closed right now. Between Bartlett Road and 59, the crash reported as a rollover semi. Traffic is at a standstill from Barrington Road to Bartlett Road, where nobody is getting through. Consider Higgins, Gulf, Algonquin, or another westbound alternate. Eastbound traffic is stop and go from Beverly Road to 59. The left lane is closed to work that westbound crash. The dense fog is causing flight delays and cancellations, mostly at Midway, where many Southwest Airlines flights are affected this morning. On the inbound Kennedy, the express lanes have now opened. They were closed for overnight maintenance. They're open inbound. No delays of significance on the Edens, Kennedy, or the Eisenhower yet. Inbound Stevenson has a 3-minute delay, Cicero to Kedzie. The Ryan, a 2-minute delay approaching downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both heavy. About 10 to 15 minutes worth of delays approaching the Ryan. Traffic is a service of GoToMeeting. Be a meeting MVP. GoToMeeting is the online meeting tool that lets you easily collaborate and present from anywhere with one click. So you always put on your best performance. Step up your meeting game and start your free trial at GoToMeeting.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. Areas of heavy, dense fog this morning. Clouds and sunshine break out later in the day with a high near 70. Currently 52. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We were just talking about before the news to a Bernie Sanders supporter from Des Plaines and wondering about Sanders' support for Trump versus Hillary in a general. And then you made the point, Amy, about maybe some Republicans coming over for Hillary.
Yeah.
I think they'll be few and far between. P.J. O'Rourke's going to be lonely. But
not from what I'm hearing from my Republican friends. They all are contemplating voting for Hillary.
I reject the premise that you have Republican friends. But but Hillary, I can see them staying, most of them staying out of the race, those that are the never Trumpers, but coming over to Hillary. as much as I like P.J. O'Rourke, there's no intellectual defense to that. But the interesting thing, just going back to the point about Bernie Sanders and Trump, 40% of West Virginia Democrats who voted yesterday, according to exit polling, will support Trump in a general election over Hillary.
See?
Now, West Virginia is a bit of an outlier.
Yeah, because they're still counting delegates, too, which I don't understand what's going on in West Virginia.
Well, West Virginia is an outlier because this is a blue state that has turned decidedly red, at least for presidential elections. And because of Hillary's antagonism to the coal industry and how decimated the coal industry has been in West Virginia, 11,000 coal workers put out of work thanks to the big government, quote-unquote, green policies of this administration, at least in large measure. It's a bit of an outlier, so I wouldn't expect that number to hold up nationally, but it is interesting. It is interesting. 40% of West Virginia Democrats who voted in the primary yesterday, mostly for 40% of Sanders voters who voted in the primary yesterday, and he won going away, would support Trump. Yeah, it's very interesting. Also interesting, the regime. This has been kind of the story. We haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah, this has been percolating for a few days.
So Ben Rhodes is the kind of national security political operative, narrative creator for the administration. His brother, by the way, David Rhodes. You know who David Rhodes is, don't you?
Yeah, he worked, isn't he CBS?
President of CBS News.
Yeah.
No, don't think there's a conflict.
There's
there.
no conflict.
Don't think that would influence how he reports and how CBS News reports on
how they dole out assignments. It is
the Obama regime. Absolutely not.
No.
He takes that hat off. He puts himself. There's a Chinese wall between him and Ben Rhodes as it pertains to coverage of the Obama regime.
When they have family dinners, they don't talk about work. No.
Well, there was this glowing profile this New York Times reporter did over the weekend for New York Times Magazine on Ben Rhodes. And in part, it's a story of how Rhodes manufactured a narrative to move Middle East policy away from where America traditionally had been in terms of supporting Israel as our one true ally in the region, opposing state sponsors of terror like Iran, and not providing them a glide path to nuclear weapons. These sorts of kind of conventional American positions. Well, that had to be remade as President Obama and his coterie of sycophants like Rhodes are trying to remake the world. And so what did he do? Rhodes and Obama knew that for anyone but the hard left, to accept a deal with Tehran, a new narrative needed to emerge. And Rhodes explained to David Samuels, who wrote this profile on him for New York Times Magazine.
Did he make up a narrative?
He explained that it's necessary to lie to a corrupted and inexperienced American media about all sorts of things, beginning with the nature and the intentions of the enemy Iranian regime. I'm reading from a wrap-up by David Riboy in The Federalist, which is a good summary of the profile. Rhodes, this is Rhodes in his own words. That was my characterization, or actually Riboy's from The Federalist, but here's Rhodes in his own words. The average reporter we talked to is 27 years old, and their only reporting experience consists of being around political campaigns. They literally know nothing. Samuels describes what Rhodes began to do, creating an echo chamber of flack for the administration to reposition the intentions of the Iranian regime, to recast the debate in the mind of the American public, to garner support or at least tolerance for this unholy surrender deal that they concocted.
Right, they needed public support.
So here's Samuels. In the spring of last year, legions of armed controls experts began popping up at think tanks and on social media. And they became key sources for hundreds of often clueless reporters. We created an echo chamber, Rhodes admitted. When I asked him to explain the onslaught of freshly minted experts cheerleading for the deal, quote, they were saying things that validated what we had given them to say. Experts who essentially subsumed their integrity to advance the flag, the political, ideological flag of the administration. This is interesting because this was going on throughout the regime, including at the State Department. And our friend James Rosen.
Oh, yeah. He's been on the show several times.
Yeah.
He was under investigation by the IRS, right?
No, targeted by Eric Holder.
Eric Holder. Sorry.
Yeah.
He one step up the DOJ.
Wanted to turn over his sources, didn't do that. Well, now he has been targeted for elimination from the record by the State Department. James Rosen's interaction with Jen Psaki.
Oh, yeah. Was she the Cagney or the Lacey?
She's Cagney.
Okay.
You're thinking of Marie Harf. That is
Right.
the Lacey.
With the glasses. Yeah.
Yes. Jen Psaki had an exchange with James Rosen where she admitted that sometimes it's necessary to manipulate the media.
Oh,
And this was
really?
this was in 2013 when Rosen brought this question up at a State Department briefing. He had gotten a tip from a source. He brought this up. This was well before anybody knew there were back-channel negotiations going on between the Obama regime and the Iranian regime. And Psaki essentially lied to him while admitting she was manipulating him, or that was their posture. Sometimes this is something we need to do. It was removed from the State Department's YouTube channel, that exchange between Rosen and Psaki. It was removed from the State Department website, just that exchange. It's like the Rosemary Woods, removing the, 18 minutes from the Nixon tapes?
Nixon tapes.
Well, this is 8 minutes in terms of the exchange between Rosen and what Jen Psaki had to say. Rosen is the one who, to his credit, being a good investigative reporter, as all this was coming up with the Ben Rhodes piece over the weekend, he went back to look at his exchange.
And it was poof, it was gone.
It was gone. It was replaced by a white flash. And so Rosen discovers this, and now we got a new story of essentially censoring official government record of
like
an
communist country.
of a State Department spokesman and a Fox News reporter. Listen to what James Rosen had to say.
Is it the policy of the State Department where the preservation of the secrecy of secret negotiations is concerned to lie in order to achieve that goal?
James, I think there are times where diplomacy needs privacy in order to progress. This is a good example of that.
So that was part of the exchange that was between Jen Psaki and James Rosen that was deleted.
That was deleted, and he had it still. Good.
And so now James Rosen explaining what happened on Fox News yesterday.
And we discovered, as you just said, Martha, that the critical exchange between Jen Psaki and me, which went on for several minutes of course, expert cross-examination on my part, had been deleted from the video archive that the State Department maintains on its own website, and also deleted, again with the use of that white flash, on the State Department's official YouTube channel. Now, we can't call this a full-throated effort at censorship simply because the transcript remained intact on the State Department's website, but an example of censorship it clearly appears to be. The State Department could not explain to me why this had been done. The State Department could not provide a single other instance where it used a white flash in any of its uploaded videos like that, and promised to restore the video, at least on its website, which it has still done, but the white flash remains on the YouTube channel.
I mean, this is
wow.
This is the most transparent administration in history, don't you know? I think when Ben Rhodes and Jen Psaki and, frankly, Marie Harf, throw in Cagney, too. Or Lacey, now I forget. But when this regime's days are over in January of next year, I think those three will be welcome at the North Korean propaganda ministry.
Yeah.
I mean, they do very good work. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, a Chicago man bets his entire life savings on the Cubs to win the World Series. And wait until you hear about his financial backup plan. It's even better. But first, here's your forecast. It is going to be foggy today. Obviously, if you step outside, you'll know what I'm talking about. And this fog advisory is going to be in effect till 10 o'clock this morning. A high today of 68 degrees. Tomorrow morning showers and mostly sunny skies, a high near 70. Let's get the travel times. A very busy man. I'm sure there's delays and cancellations at the airports. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Yes, Amy, there are, especially at Midway this time around. Southwest Airlines has dozens of cancellations. There are a number of delays as well. O'Hare has a handful of delays, most of them affecting arrivals, but as always, check before going to the airport. I-90 westbound Adams Tollway, it's closed between Bartlett Road and 59 to a crash involving a rollover semi. Traffic is stopped from Barrington Road to Bartlett, where nobody's getting through. You can use Higgins, Gulf, Algonquin. You can use 20, all possible alternates. Eastbound, there are delays from 25 to 59, but the left lane is closed to deal with that westbound crash. The Edens and the Kennedy are looking good right now, aside from the fog. The Eisenhower has about a 3-minute delay from Manheim to Harlem. Stevenson, about a 5-minute delay, Cicero to Kedzie. It's really heavy on I-57 at the Bishop Ford. 25 to 30 minutes from I-80 to the merge already. Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
It's time for a little R&R, courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. 2 words, Door County. Take a few days off and escape to Wisconsin. Head on up to the White Lace Inn, a gorgeous bed and breakfast in Sturgeon Bay. The White Lace Inn features 18 inviting guest rooms and suites in 4 elegant turn-of-the-century neighboring homes. Enjoy the gardens, gazebos, the glory that is Door County. This is a $300 gift certificate for only $150 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. And also it can be applied to overnight stays or to purchase items in their store. Now, this deal is exclusive and limited, so don't wait. For another fabulous getaway adventure, purchase an overnight stay package at the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in beautiful Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies, yours for only $85 per couple. That's a $169 value. So check out all the deals only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
You know, I've always been afraid we don't get enough, and that's why I feel so secure in taking Balance of Nature. But as long as I can get those fruits and vegetables, that's what, to me, is very important.
Well, you know, I heard all the advertisements on the radios where I first heard about this, and of course, I thought, well, you know, I need to order that because I don't get my fruits and vegetables like I should. I eat some, but not all. So I started taking the product, and I've taken it religiously now for, I guess, 3 months, going on 3 months now, and I told my wife I can definitely tell a difference. So it's a good product.
Make the change today. No more synthetics, no more extracts. Today is your chance to get it right. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
You don't need a real estate agent with gimmicks. You need the selling power that only Ed Lukasik Jr. can give you.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know how to maximize the sale of your home.
Ed is listed in the top 30 RE/MAX agents nationwide.
When I list a home for you, I only represent you, not the buyer. I am fighting for your highest home value.
Ed Lukasik Jr., the #1 RE/MAX agent in Illinois for most closed listings.
I use the latest online and mobile technologies to market your home and drive buyer activity to my listings. That equals maximum exposure for my sellers.
Ed closed 260 homes last year. That's a home sold every 1.5 days.
I am an agent that has your best interests at heart. It's not about a quick sale. It's about negotiating to maximize every dollar so you get the highest value for your home.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454, 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
AM 560, The Answer.
Sing it, know it. The best record in Major League Baseball right now. Chicago Cubs 25-6. They won last night. Did your White Sox win? Answer the question, Dan.
Yeah, they're 23-11.
First
place.
Well, that's good. Yeah, in the American League. So one Cub fan, he's a lifelong Cub fan. His name is Don Majewski. He's from Jefferson Park.
The Magic Man.
Yeah, and he's been a lifelong Cub fan. He decided that he's going to risk it all on something that the team hasn't been able to do for, 107 years. So he went to his bank, took out 94% of his retirement savings, so cashed in his 401k to the tune of $200,000, boarded a plane to Las Vegas from O'Hare, and put that money down for the Cubs to win the World Series. It's would be a 3-1 payout, so he'd be looking at, if the Cubs win the World Series, he'll make more than $500,000.
Yeah, well, after taxes. And so he is, 54 years old?
54 years old, sanitation worker turned carpenter, and he said that he's been watching the Cubs his whole life. And
that's like rounders. You got to know when to push it all in. You got to make the big bet.
But here's the best part. So he's got a wife, okay? Hello.
He does now.
For now. His wife, he said he's not worried about losing $200,000 because his wife, get this, is a public school teacher, and her retirement plan should be enough for them to stay put even if they won't be living in the style that he's already planning for.
Oh, no, they will. The guaranteed 7-figure pension of a public school teacher in Chicago, sure. They can, boy, you want a great statement about the nature of what's wrong with public sector pensions in Illinois. A guy feels like he can risk $200,000, most of his life savings, because he's got the public sector pension as the backup. Man, that's a great commentary. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
Holy cow! It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Tasty Catering is bringing outdoor happiness to you and your coworkers in a variety of forms this picnic season.
Down-home barbecue, street tacos, sausages and sandwiches, steaks, chops, fish, Greek feasts, pig roasts, the list goes on.
Tasty Catering picnic foods are getting more deliciously sophisticated than ever, too, which means you can meet everyone's needs with even more great picnic food options.
Organic, gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan and dairy-free options never tasted so picnicky.
Your picnic doesn't stop with amazing freshly grilled food, entertainment, rentals, decor, venue selection. Get everything you need with one single call to Tasty Catering.
Inflatables and crafts for the kids, games and athletics for the teenagers, beverage packages and entertainment options for the adults. There's so much to choose from.
The best company picnics start at tastycatering.com. View picnic menus, entertainment options, picnic spots, and more when you visit tastycatering.com.
The stock market may seem like a roller coaster ride, but your finances don't have to be unless you're going to bet $200,000 on the Cubs to win the World Series.
Yes.
You may be wondering, is there another big correction on the horizon? If so, are you prepared, or are you at the mercy of stockbrokers if it happens? Let Online Trading Academy teach you how to navigate the stock market during these changing times. They offer professional trading and investing education for every skill level. They'll teach you a rules-based strategy, trading on knowledge, not speculation, so you can identify market changes before they happen. Reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their state-of-the-art education facility in Lombard. Call 877-OTACHIC now. Mention this ad, and Online Trading Academy will send you a free home video study course valued at $247 just for calling. So call now at 877-OTACHIC.
I know you hear me talk about Maxson Shooter Supply and Indoor Range and how they're Illinois' first NSSF 5-star range. Now, I want to talk directly to the ladies and the men who want to introduce your lady to firearms and shooting. Maybe you're new to the sport but worry that as a woman you won't be taken seriously. Ladies' Day at Maxson is Sunday, May 15th. It's the perfect opportunity for ladies to discover all about the sport of shooting, firearm training, safety, and more. Guys, you're welcome too, whether you're already familiar with firearms or not. Maxson provides a welcoming, clean environment where ladies can attend a variety of classes, including basic firearm safety, safe firearm storage, and concealed carry tips. There are highly qualified instructors to answer your questions and make you feel at home on the range. Visit Maxson's on Ladies' Day, Sunday, May 15th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. For range specials, free seminars, and more. For details, visit maxonshooters.com. That's MAXON shooters.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Is Facebook more dangerous than the NSA? We'll have that at 6:06, excuse me.
And should officials at the Citadel change their rules for a Muslim woman? We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching today. Fox with the very latest on last night's presidential primary results. A man jumps from the O'Hare upper terminal while running from police. The Rangers stunned the White Sox with a late rally. Morning fog, WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady.
We are in this campaign to win the Democratic nomination.
A 19th state goes to Bernie Sanders, but the delegate math is still against him. Also another big night for Donald Trump. Fox Radio's John Decker is live in Washington.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders handily won the West Virginia Democratic primary, adding fuel to his argument that he should remain in the race despite badly trailing Hillary Clinton in the overall delegate count. Meanwhile, Republican presumptive nominee Donald Trump easily won in West Virginia and Nebraska. His focus now is on choosing a vice presidential running mate.
I would say that I have in mind 5 different people. I think they're excellent. I'll announce whoever it will be at the convention.
Trump said that New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, a former primary opponent, is on the short list. Lisa?
Thanks, John. The central U.S. could be in for another rough ride today after a second day of tornado-spawning storms. A pair of destructive systems taking aim from the Dallas-Fort Worth area to St. Louis after slamming first the plains, then the Ohio River Valley. What set him off? What police in Massachusetts are trying to figure out after a deadly stabbing spree. Fox Radio's Tanya J. Powers with this live.
Police say Arthur DeRosa first crashed a car in Taunton, then went inside a home, stabbed 2 people, killed one of them, then drove to a mall where he crashed through a Macy's and stabbed 4 more people in a restaurant, one of those fatally, before he was killed by an off-duty officer.
I'd like to thank the off-duty sheriff. If it wasn't for his heroic actions, there could have been more loss of life.
That's the mayor, Thomas Howe, there. Still no word on a motive, but police don't think it's terror-related, Lisa.
Thanks, Tanya. ISIS claiming responsibility for bombing a crowded outdoor market in Baghdad, killing at least 45 people today, wounding dozens more. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Heavy, dense fog, 52 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a man was hospitalized in critical condition overnight after fleeing authorities and jumping from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare to a lower terminal. Officer Hector Alfaro with Chicago police say the 22-year-old man is hospitalized this morning in critical condition. 3 middle-aged women due to appear in court today for allegedly trying to smuggle over $3 million worth of drugs into and out of Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Chicago police say the 3 women from Minnesota were detained after arriving from Japan, reportedly carrying 70 pounds of heroin and opium in their luggage. A Schaumburg woman will be sentenced today after pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the death of her adult disabled child. Bonnie Liltz was initially charged with murder after authorities say she gave her daughter, Courtney, a lethal dose of medications last year. Eleanor Burge was one of the friends who asked for leniency in the Liltz case.
I don't think she's a harm to society. She's a wonderful person.
She faces up to 14 years in prison. The Illinois Senate approving a change in the state's school funding formula in spite of opposition from the governor and Republican leaders. AM 560's David Stewart has details.
Sponsor Andy Menar's bill passed 31-21. Before the debate, Menar said the new formula would take into account factors like student poverty, special education needs, and bilingual needs. Menar says if nothing changes, things will only get worse.
This system is going to continue to erode. The system for downstate schools is eroding much faster than for other school districts in Illinois.
The bill protects wealthy districts from losing funding during a transition period. Republicans call the bill a bailout for Chicago. It now goes to the House where its future is uncertain. David Stewart, Chicago.
Cubs over San Diego 8-7 last night. Ben Zobrist 4 for 4. Texas comes back to nip the White Sox 13-11. The loss nailed on Matt Albers. He falls to 1-1. The news service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. If you could get out of your timeshare safely and legitimately, would you? TimeshareExitTeam.com has a 100% guarantee. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT, 844-321-EXIT at TimeshareExitTeam.com. 6:04, a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
The average Republican voter out there right now is looking for an outsider who will blow the whole damn thing up.
The Joe Walsh Show.
I don't want somebody who comes from Washington. I don't want somebody to get along with Democrats, not this year. I want the whole system blown up. That's why Trump, or that's why Cruz.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This year, that's where Republican voters are at.
Loan is a 15-year fixed-rate loan with a 1-0 lender paid buy-down. Reduced payment valid only during the first 12 months. The monthly payment during the first 12 months of your loan is based on a rate that is 1% lower than your interest rate for this loan program. Not all applicants will qualify. Rates and terms subject to change. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee. 14511 Myford Road, Suite 100, Tustin, California 92780. NMLS 6606 Equal Housing Lender.
Introducing a 15-year fixed-rate loan with a fixed payment payment rate in year one at only 1.99%. I'm Rick Arviello, CEO of New American Funding, and I'm proud to announce a 15-year fixed-rate mortgage at only 2.99% interest rate, 2.91 APR, with the first full year's payment at only 1.99% fixed payment rate. Pay off your loan in 15 years and save tens of thousands of dollars in unnecessary mortgage payments. 1.99% fixed payment rate in year one and 2.99% fixed for the remaining term, 2.91% APR for a purchase or refinance.
Call New American Funding today at 800-963-4933. That's 800-963-4933. Or visit newamericanfunding.com today.
People all across the country are enjoying the flexibility of working when they want, earning extra money on their schedule when they drive with Uber.
With Uber, you can write your own paycheck. You sign up, you get approved, and you start earning money right away. Right away, like the next day. Turn it on when you want to make money, you turn it off when you don't. It's just that simple. What are you waiting for?
Enjoy the flexibility of working when you want, earning extra money on your schedule. Sign up to Drive with Uber today. Go to drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
Life can be unpredictable. That's why you should take control of your family's future now with an estate plan bundle from LegalZoom. Not sure whether you need a last will or a living trust? LegalZoom's network of independent attorneys in 48 states can help you decide which one's right for you without billing by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. Plus, updating your estate plan as your family and assets grow couldn't be easier. Enjoy your life. Use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
6:07 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike Adams. Tollway westbound I-90 is closed between Bartlett Road and 59 due to a rollover. Semi-traffic is not moving at all or getting through, with the delay starting at Barrington Road. Seek an alternate eastbound stop and go from the Fox River to 59. Left lane is closed to deal with that. At the airports, we're seeing delays, especially at Midway. There are dozens of cancellations, especially affecting Southwest Airlines due to that fog. O'Hare has some arrival delays. The Eden says no significant congestion. The Kennedy, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 36 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. The Stevenson, now 42 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 23 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57 is 25 minutes. I-80 to the merge, and the Bishop 432. Traffic, a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast? If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. We're here for LifeLock. Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK. Save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Let's get the latest this morning with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, areas of morning fog, otherwise clouds and sun with a high 70, then occasional rain and a thunderstorm late in the evening on. A low tonight of 55. Tomorrow, passing morning shower, then breaks of sun, high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
53 at O'Hare, 50 along the lakefront. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We are in this campaign to win the Democratic nomination.
I feel confident that Hillary will be the nominee, and I feel confident she'll be the next president.
There will be plenty of time for voters to make the determination who they're going to support. If circumstances change, we will always assess changed circumstances.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And I've got the con. I feel like I'm on
the con.
I think I feel like I'm in Battlestar Galactica
Yeah.
in this place because it's so tech savvy. It's so technologically enhanced.
Yes,
premises.
it is. And I love the coffee machine. Did you get a load of that thing?
I did. It's
you can get a
intergalactic.
cafe latte. You can get an espresso. You can get decaf, regular with milk, without. It's a very fancy machine that we're going to try to have moved into our office at AM 560. The answer, because we need that machine, right, Eric? Thank you. But yeah, no, this place is great. It's been around since 1999, and this is the best place, according to the Chicago Tribune, to work. In 2015, Chicago Tribune voted it the top workplace, one of the top workplaces. So they employ 240 plus people, and it's a booming business, and they're making money.
And their business is process automation, document management, design and marketing, outsourced and managed IT. It is a company that is growing quite rapidly, so good for them. $50 million company at present, projected, and the goal is to reach $100 million by 2017. So that is moving product, and we'll be talking to
the CEO, right?
Yeah, CEO in the 7 o'clock
What's
hour.
his name?
Dan Meyer.
I knew you were going to do that. Dan Meyer is his name. That's
now a study in moppishness. Remember from Better Off Dead?
Yes.
The two Asian guys who learned to speak English by watching Wide World of
I'll
Sports.
let you do the impersinations.
Yeah. I will. We'll save that for the 7 o'clock hour. Something to look forward to. I got a question about Facebook. We talked about this story yesterday. The tech website Gizmodo had the story. Anonymous former Facebook employees saying they essentially suppressed conservative stories and content on Facebook and elevated left-wing stories in their trending topics section, which is powerful. A lot of eyeballs.
No, yeah, a lot of editors look at that, and that's what they base their stories for the day on.
That's a good
editors
point.
from all newspapers and from all newsrooms, they look at that to see what's trending, to see what people want to hear about. And it was political bias. They admitted stories about Mitt Romney and other Republican heroes.
That was the allegation.
Yeah.
And then elevated trending topics, elevated like Black Lives Matter because it wasn't trending, so they made it trending. This is the allegation. Facebook has denied this. Tom Stocky, who is the curator of this section, the trending topics section, on Facebook, has denied it. Now, also,
he should get fired, by the way.
Washington Free Beacon has Tom Stocky as a max out donor to Hillary Clinton.
Oh, that's
That's interesting.
The party continues.
Well, and by the way, Facebook employees have donated some $114,000 to Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, more than any other candidate by far. So, of course, Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, he's a liberal.
Yeah, we know that.
And Sheryl Sandberg, the COO of Facebook, she wants to suppress the English language. Remember, you're not allowed to use the word bossy.
Oh, that's right, because that has a negative connotation for women.
That's right.
And stop. You know what? I think you called me bossy earlier today. Mm-hmm.
Well, Sheryl Sandberg will suspend my Facebook account, I'm sure. But the question is, this has moved, kind of the day two story about this is a letter from the U.S. Senate Commerce Committee, chaired by John Thune from South Dakota.
Thune. Yes. I will reserve judgment. I'm just hoping he comes to the Republican convention. Do you think he'll be there, Senator Thune?
What? Why?
I was just wondering if he's going to be there.
Why are you so interested in Thune?
He looks like he'd be an interesting person to interview.
He's actually not an interesting person to interview. That's one of the reasons he hasn't really elevated to the national level. But I know you think he's good looking, don't you?
Yeah, no. Well, he's easy on the eyes. But anyway, go on with your story. So what did John Thune say?
John Thune wrote a letter. Amy's heartthrob, but John Thune wrote a letter.
My Republican crush.
Yes. He took time out of posing for Teen Beat so Amy could pin him up in her bedroom. And he wrote a letter to Facebook demanding certain things. Please describe Facebook's organization structure for the trending topics feature, the steps for determining included topics, who's ultimately responsible for approving its content. Have Facebook news curators, in fact, manipulate the content of the trending topics section? What steps is Facebook taking to investigate the claims of politically motivated manipulation of news stories in the trending topics section? And other questions. And my question is, do you think this is an appropriate action by this U.S. Senate Commerce Committee to investigate or demand Facebook answer questions? So essentially investigate Facebook. Is this appropriate for a U.S. Senate committee with respect to a private company? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
Why not? I mean, the
646-360-DA, turnkey.pro
Yeah.
text line.
The shoe's on the other foot now. Now, the IRS was targeting Tea Party-based organizations, non-for-profits. Now maybe we'll have a Senate committee investigate Facebook for being politically biased and not letting the Republican voice be heard because it didn't fit their narrative.
Well, right.
I mean, it's sick. And that man, the person in charge of the trending segment, he should be at the very least suspended.
Well, here's the thing. Is that the responsibility of the government? And do you want the government acting as some kind of commissar determining what is permitted bias and what is not permitted bias? I mean, this to me seems like an opportunity for conservatives, or those who believe in free minds as well as free markets and a free society, to exhibit some intellectual consistency and say, this John Thune's a Republican, and it's a Republican-controlled committee in the Senate, and it's none of his business. It's none of the business of the federal government to intercede and demand that Facebook answer questions. If Facebook is doing what the anonymous former employee suggests that it's doing, then that will be fleshed out in the marketplace. And I don't want the government coming in and using the monopoly of force it possesses to push Facebook around any more than I want it to come in and push anybody else around. And you used a good example, the IRS. I don't want the IRS coming in and demanding to the content of prayers, or that former left-wing goof, Anise Parker, mayor of Houston, demanding that ministers submit their sermons to the city council before Sunday service to make sure there's no hate speech. I don't want the government in this space.
You sound like a libertarian.
Well, no, I sound like somebody who believes in the First Amendment and the Constitution and a free society.
Well, I believe in payback.
and government in its proper place. And you want to use the government as a sword or a shield.
And retribution. I mean,
well,
they did it. The left did it to the right. Why can't the right do it to the left now?
I know, but that eye for an eye leaves everyone blind.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, you're
Thank
welcome
you.
for that public
But
service
Facebook is such a
announcement.
powerful machine. I mean, really, I can't stress enough that when editors and assignment editors come in the morning, they go to Facebook right away to see what is trending, and that drives the news of the day. So this is, changing the narrative for millions of people, not only in the United States, but around the world have Facebook.
Well, you're right. Obviously, hundreds of millions.
200 million, I think, have accounts.
Roger Simon, writing in PJ Media, kind of along your lines, but he didn't go so far as to suggest the government has a role here. But he writes, Facebook is truly misleading to our youth in general and dangerous to our body politic in a manner hardly anticipated by our founders. Its dominance engenders a kind of covert digital sabotage of the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not there, it never happened. Outside their personal news feeds, conservatives on Facebook resemble the famous trees that grow in the wilderness but are never seen. Did they or their ideas ever exist? Many of our young people who are never exposed to such thoughts in school will never know. I think that's a little bit excessive.
No, Facebook is basically saying it's not cool to be a Republican because it's not trending right now. So, of course, you're not going to get the younger generation signing up to the Republican Party because no one else is doing it. We don't know about it because they're blocking that information from millions of people.
Well, if that's true, I mean, for the sake of our argument, let's assume that the allegations are true. Facebook is dominant, but it's not the only outlet. And there are always going to be, green shoots in a totalitarian society. There's always going to be Cato's letters or other forms of Zamistad.
Right, but that requires work. And Facebook is so easy. And for people that are lazy and just want their news now and just see what everyone's doing, they just go to Facebook.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying it's true. There are other outlets, but the general populace, I don't think, knows about other outlets.
Well, and the exposure undermines Facebook's credibility. And it will, and so that's a problem for Facebook as well. This is where the marketplace is a better arbiter of these things than the heavy hand of government, and this is why I think John Thune overstepped his bounds in sending a letter to Facebook. I don't support it.
You don't rip on John Thune, okay?
Sorry. Oh, gosh.
I need a safe space for John Thune.
Yeah, Amy's boyfriend's off limits. Talk about censorship. Brian on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. I wanted to say that I don't think it's a very good idea for them to waste that kind of time, and it sends a bad message to try and use the government to investigate private business, even though it's like, okay, well, you got the one side doing it to the right, but now the right's going to do it to the left. That's almost like kids fighting in a playground. I think it's a better idea to get a platform that sends the message that the right and the conservatives are the adults in the room, and find a way to deliver that message in an educational platform as opposed to like a bickering platform. And investigating a private company like that sets a bad precedent, in my opinion. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that's right. Let's go to Mike on the north side.
Good morning, kids. Earlier you were talking about the cloven hoof Satan, Hillary, and I was wondering what happens if she gets the most delegates, or if she gets the nomination and then she gets indicted. Do the Democrats put in Joe Biden, and then once he's president, that open Supreme Court spot, he appoints Barack Obama? Is that maybe why Mitch McConnell isn't holding hearings?
Thanks for the call, Mike. I love electoral fantasy politics, but no, I don't think that. If the unlikely event of Hillary's indictment came to pass, then I do think they have Biden and Warren behind the emergency glass, ready to break them out.
Emergency.
Janet in Mundelein, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. Chiming
Morning.
in on the Facebook issue.
Okay.
We know that it's leveraged one way or the other. We're not stupid. And we don't want the government to intervene in that. Let them do what they want. We should sort through the mess because we can think for ourselves.
Very good, Janet.
Yeah,
Thanks
we
for the
can,
call.
but the kiddies can't. I mean, really. The people that are 18, 19 years old, they're not being introduced or even learning about the Republican Party because it doesn't fit Facebook's liberal agenda.
I mean, why don't you be like a bigger suck up to John Thune?
What I am on board with John Thune 100%.
Whatever, John Thune. John Thune can do no wrong.
You know what, Caesar? Can we get John Thune on? Maybe have him bring him into the studio.
Yeah.
For an interview.
Yeah, 4 hours of John Thune, of scintillating. Mark in Des Plaines.
I wanted to say we don't want to do tit for tat, in terms of the Republicans against the Democrats, using the government as a club ever. We need to stand up for what's right and do that, okay, and just do what's right. And it may be sacrificial, but that's the way we need to go, because if we stoop to their level, then we've lost, okay, and on this or any other. To use the government against Facebook or against any business, that's counter-capitalism, that's counter-freedom, and that's not where we want to go, Amy. I mean, I like your sentiment in a way, but it's just not the way to go. Okay, we have to take
Mark,
the higher road.
Thanks for the call, but you don't appreciate how handsome John Thune is. That's your problem. Thanks for the call, Mark. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Big news this morning is the thick fog. There's delays at O'Hare and cancellations at Midway as well because of it. We're going to have this fog advisory until 10 a.m. and really you can't see too many yards in front of you, so allow some extra travel time this morning. We're going to have a high today of 68 degrees and tomorrow a passing shower, then a little bit warmer, a high of 70. Very busy man this morning. Let's get straight to it. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Southwest Airlines is most affected by that fog, at least today, but there are issues for other airlines as well. Check before heading to the airports, especially Midway. The Adams Tollway westbound remains closed. Bartlett Road to 59 crashed involving a rollover truck. Traffic is not moving at all from Barrington Road to Bartlett, where nobody gets through. Seek an alternate like Higgins, Gulf, Algonquin, or perhaps 20 to the south. Eastbound, where you see big delays from 31 to 59, where the left lane just reopened, dealing with that crash. Eden's 21 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Kennedy, 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Ike, 46 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 32. The Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Looking to learn how to enhance your credit and obtain invaluable home buying tips? Well, then you need to attend David Hochberg's Credit Enhancement and Home Buying Seminar May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. You should attend if you're credit challenged, if you filed bankruptcy, experienced a foreclosure or short sale, and would like to purchase a home. You'd like to learn proven and effective methods to secure the lowest interest rate when purchasing or refinancing your home, or if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on living in your parents' basement. Go if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because your kids are living in your basement too. So to register for David's free credit enhancement and home buying seminar, May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles, go to pearldavid.com. That's PERL David.com. If you have questions refinancing or purchasing a home, call David now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David has helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-978-3554. That's 800-978-3554. 800-978-3554, or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
Running a business is tough these days. From a president who claimed it
You didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
to the mountains and mountains of taxes and regulations here in Illinois. But many companies, big and small, have persevered, serving their customers and communities. If that's you and your business, then AM 560 The Answer wants to celebrate your success and tell your story. It's the AM 560 Business Tour 2016, presented by Signature Bank. This spring, Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson will be broadcasting live from businesses in Illinois with success stories of overcoming the odds and thriving in spite of the challenging business environment. If your company fits this description, then we want to know about it so we can consider broadcasting from your location. Tell us your story. Visit 560theanswer.com/business and submit your information. That's 560theanswer.com/business. Sponsored in part by Flex Execs Management Solutions. AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, there's new ads up from a super PAC that's focused on Illinois legislative races. We know SEIU has been demagoguing the issue of social service providers not getting reimbursed for work performed, services provided, and the Chicago Democrats have been in charge of the state for 40 years, pretending the guy who got here 14 months ago is the responsible party.
Oh, yeah, he's to blame. Mm-hmm.
Well, now we have Vote Vets. It's a super PAC, supported Tammy Duckworth in the past, and now it's targeting Republican legislators over the prevailing wage. Listen to this ad.
This was my job. Now, this is my job.
My job then, my job today.
When I came home from Afghanistan, finding work wasn't easy.
I got an apprenticeship as an operator.
A lot of vets work in construction.
And we all rely on prevailing wage laws.
Prevailing wage is like a minimum wage for skilled construction workers.
They make sure our roads and bridges are built safely.
And that veterans can provide a good life for their families.
Thank your state legislators for standing up for veterans by supporting prevailing wage.
And of course, Governor Ronner has called for repeal of prevailing wage because it increases the cost of road construction projects in the state by about 20%, which is sort of a problem when you're talking about road construction projects that are in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, and you have a state that has $211 billion in debt and only $30 billion in assets, so you're trying to reduce the cost while still providing a proper product or service. And
well, they're turning it so that Ronner doesn't believe in America, that he just doesn't believe in employing veterans.
Right. So, I mean, I just want people to understand when they see this ad in their legislative districts, this is nothing more than a front group trying to advance the interests of the Chicago Democrats who have supermajorities in Springfield. Don't see this as a referendum on supporting veterans. See this as a referendum on supporting the continued Chicago Democrat domination of state government in the form of Madigan and Cullerton. Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. After 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this and, early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life, they have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
What was that text message we received?
Text from 773 was John Thune, the 7th prom date of Amy Jacobson. She wishes.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to Carl Cannon, Washington Bureau Chief for RealClearPolitics.com, about last night's primaries and Trump VP running mate. That's at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Cloudy, heavy, dense fog, 54 degrees. And Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders and presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump celebrating victories in their Tuesday primaries. Trump has no more rivals, but Sanders continues to dog the heels of Hillary Clinton.
It appears that we've won a big victory in West Virginia.
Campaigning in Oregon, Sanders called it a tremendous victory, and about half of those who voted for Bernie Sanders in the West Virginia primary, who were exit polled, say yes, they will vote for Donald Trump in the general election before they will vote for Hillary Clinton. The suspect in the stabbings of 4 at 2 locations outside of Boston is dead. 2 of the victims have also died near the Silver City Galleria in Taunton. 45 have been killed in an attack in a mostly Shiite neighborhood in Baghdad. ISIS claim responsibility for also wounding up to 65. This morning, Brazilian soccer star Rivaldo is telling those planning to travel to the Summer Olympics in Rio to stay home. Rivaldo posting his warning on Instagram this over the weekend, citing rising violence, says those thinking of coming are putting their lives at risk. More severe storms expected to stretch across the central U.S. today from Texas into western Illinois and St. Louis. Chicago police say a man was hospitalized in critical condition overnight after fleeing authorities and jumping from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare to a lower-level terminal after creating a disturbance at a terminal counter. 2-year-old boy hospitalized after being rescued from a pond in northwest Indiana near Maryville. And Illinois school superintendents warning of school closures and staff layoffs as they implore state lawmakers to pass a budget to give them certainty for the fall. Cubs over San Diego 8-7. Texas comes back to beat the White Sox 13-11. The news service of Staples with new lower prices on ink and toner and in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk. $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Indiana primary is over.
Together, we left it all on the field in Indiana. We gave it everything we've got. But the voters, chose another path.
Ted Cruz folds his tent.
We are suspending our campaign.
Now it's Trump.
We're going to love each other. We're going to cherish each other. We're going to take care of each other.
The ride to the White House is crazy.
We're going to win. We're going to win in November.
What happens next happens here. This is your election station. AM 560. The Answer.
Tea times, golf outings, driving range, golf academy, brunch, dinner, weddings, banquets, receptions. Find and do it all at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Info online at bolingbrookgolfclub.com.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today, CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
737. In our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Westbound Adams Tollway traffic is jammed from Barrington Road to 59, where two left lanes are blocked with a rollover crash. Traffic is now getting through. Eastbound delays are from 31 to 59, where all lanes are now open. Northbound Tri-State stop and go Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eden's 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 29. The Eisenhower's 46 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. The Stevenson, now an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes from the Tri-State, outbound 37 minutes to 355. The Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Bishop Ford, 35. Traffic is a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. Call 844-321-EXIT, 844-321-EXIT. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, morning fog, then clouds and sunshine later this afternoon, a high near 70. Rain in a thunderstorm overnight, low 55. 54 at O'Hare, next news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Big Home Remodeling Expo at the DuPage County Fairgrounds, May 21st and 22nd.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, leafy Lake Forest, the Tony North Shore.
This is a beautiful facility. I just went in to see where the offices are. Looks like a nightclub in there.
Yeah, this is very fashion forward. I feel like I'm on the set of Zoolander 2.
Impact, though.
Yes.
There's not just a fashion-forward facility. They are also a very successful company, growing.
Mm-hmm. They've employed, they have 240 employees. It's a $50+ million company. Their goal is to reach $100 million by 2017. And what they do is offer business process automation, document marketing, design and marketing, document management, I should say. But it's a really sleek place. And you know what they have here, too, Dan? They have a kegger for you in the coffee room.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. Did I see it?
10 seconds under the tapper?
I tapped it at 5:06. Also, we're video streaming at 560theanswer.com, and they've got this wild LCD screen behind us where
that way you can touch it and you can manipulate it. So
Yeah.
Earlier, I was one of your
pocket squares.
I was a pocket square.
And then I put myself on your shoulder like I was Gazoo, like I was your personal Gazoo from the Flintstones, like your moral voice on your shoulder there. So we're having fun at Impact, and we'll talk to the CEO of Impact at the bottom of the hour. But now it's time to talk politics.
Oh, yeah. Big wins last night for Donald Trump, huh? Who would have thought that? Donald Trump took West Virginia and he took Nebraska. And Bernie Sanders, of course, won West Virginia by double digits.
West Virginia.
But that was it. Oh, don't say. Mountain Mama.
Yeah.
Take me home, country road.
Oh, terrible.
Yes.
Boy.
But it was a terrible night for Hillary Clinton, but it was nothing that was unexpected because of what she said about the coal mining industry, that she wanted to shut them down.
And put coal workers out of work, or coal miners out of work. Well, yeah, that's happened, and they're none too happy about it. The other interesting thing about that is 44%, according to exit polling, 44% of Bernie Sanders voters in West Virginia, and he won with a big majority, big spread between the two, 44% support Donald Trump in a general election matchup against Hillary Clinton. So very interesting. Now, I'm not saying that number will hold across the country because West Virginia is a bit of a special case, but it is interesting to see the number of Bernie supporters that are saying that they're open to Trump, the percentages, and we have real data here, not just kind of the anecdotal information on the other side about, this Republican, P.J. O'Rourke, or that Republican saying they would support Hillary over Trump. So it's interesting to note, and it also gives Bernie Sanders potentially some leverage to beat on Hillary's door for the VP slot if he is unsuccessful in deposing her.
Well, he was the only one of the three candidates last night who spoke, and he's won 19 states now, and he let everybody know about it.
All right, well, let's get more on this. We're now joined by Carl Cannon. He's the Washington bureau chief for Real Clear Politics, realclearpolitics.com. Carl, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anytime, Dan.
So what do you think the chances are that Bernie Sanders would be on the short list for Hillary Clinton's VP nominee?
I don't. If he wants to push for that, he has. You're right, and Amy's right. He's got some leverage. There's no indication to me that's a job he wants, and there's no indication from the Hillary campaign that they want him. The good ones, and when I mean the good ones, I mean the successful ones, want to run alone. The Constitution makes them pick somebody. But so they usually pick someone who won't harm the ticket. That's really, in the old days when you had to balance between slave states and free states, and those days are gone.
Yes.
So I don't think she'll seriously consider Sanders.
It wouldn't make much sense, really, for her, a 75-year-old socialist. I mean, she's the 70-year-old socialist. How many socialists can you have on one ticket? So thinking about, and Trump has made news on VP nominees as well, so we'll get to that. But thinking about somebody that Hillary would choose as a nominee, there was a report out earlier the week about the Castro brothers, I think it's Raul and Fidel, I'm not sure, brushing up on their Spanish as potential shortlisters for the nomination. Obviously, Elizabeth Warren, the prospect of Elizabeth Warren hangs out there to do a little bit of a Kate and Allie ticket.
Wait, how about Thelma and Louise? Wouldn't that be?
Well, right over the cliff? Yeah. Do you think, do you have any thoughts on where she might go? What would make the most sense for her politically?
Well, the fact that we're coming up with these oddball names shows you there's no natural person. The Democrats don't have a deep bench, which is why, she's winning. She's winning. But I think, well, how about this? How about Joe Biden? Guy does you no harm. He's already got the job. He doesn't need to move. He can save the taxpayers money. I mean, I'm saying that only happened.
But
that's a real concern.
They need somebody young to continue the future of the Democratic Party. I mean, all these Bernie Sanders, everyone has their ARP card. No offense to ARP card owners, but they need somebody young to, regenerate the party.
Well, that's why the Castro brothers come up. I know Julian a little bit. They're attractive guys. They're smart. They're not sort of these in the face. They're not in the angry lane like Ted Cruz and Trump and Bernie. Right? They're sort of they're rational guys, cerebral guys. They don't speak Spanish, but heck, that's not really an issue. The question is, are they ready? They're so young. I don't really see that, but. Look, that's the demographic thing there. Hispanics, fastest growing minority group in the country, never been on a ticket. It makes some sense.
On the Trump side, Trump said yesterday that he's down to 5 or 6 candidates that he's reviewing. One of those is Chris Christie. And your sense of where Donald Trump might go or what would make the most sense for him. He says he wants to pick somebody that has governing experience because he wants that person to be point on helping get his legislative agenda through Congress.
Dan, I actually thought that was a fascinating thing that Trump said. It works on both levels. Like so much of what Donald Trump says, on the first level, it's just pure hubris, right? Somebody help him govern. How about winning? That's what you have to do first. You have to win, then you get to govern. On the other hand, it's a thoughtful kind of approach. He's an outsider. He has no experience in government of any kind. He fancies himself a deal. That's his great appeal to people. He's an outsider, and people are sick of politicians. On the other hand, he wants to make deals. Well, he has to have a baseline of information. So getting a governor makes sense. Now, remember, Christie's in charge of the transition sort of thing, and we didn't know what that meant. He's now also helping out with the search. Dick Cheney was in charge of the search, but Bush wanted Cheney all along, and he picked him, and he talked him into doing it. So the Christie thing makes sense. It doesn't help you, I don't think, electorally, but it helps you if you're in office.
I think that's a lot of noise. If you have Donald Trump and Chris Christie, they're very boisterous, and I think he should go with a female. I was thinking Susana Martinez, the governor of New Mexico, or possibly Nikki Haley, but both of them have said they're not interested. Or is that a way of saying that they are interested by saying no?
Well, Amy, you're not. Yeah, it's a sort of this kabuki dance, right? You can't give a Sherman-esque statement. I would never take that job. The job sucks. You can't apply for the job openly and lobby for it. You have to have this demure kind of approach. It's a time-honored thing. But I think the two names you mentioned are names that would help Trump electorally, I believe, especially Nikki Haley. And she was critical of Trump, and she gave this response to the State of the Union. Was critical of Trump, but not by name. And she wasn't ad hominem about it. She didn't say the kind of things about him that Bobby Jindal and some of these people who are now turning themselves into pretzels. She said, let's not go for the angriest voice in the room. But she didn't criticize Trump personally. And if she could be talked into it, this is the governor of South Carolina we're talking about, Nikki Haley, I think she'd be a pretty attractive candidate.
Well, here on this show, we were ahead of the learning curve, and most of the nation, particularly conservatives who were obsessed with this notion because they wanted it to happen, that we were going to have a contested convention. We're clearly not. We predicted on this show Trump would get to 1237 back before Super Tuesday, actually, and that's of course come to pass. And so I wonder for those people that were the never Trump, and also Trump is going to be decimated by Hillary Clinton because that was part of the argument as well. Wonder how they're reacting to the Quinnipiac polling that's out yesterday that shows Trump basically performing as well as McCain and Romney were at this stage in 08 and 012, in 08 and 12 respectively in swing states Ohio and Florida, and Trump in a statistical dead heat with Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania, which is much better than McCain or Romney ever fared.
Dan, I was going to tell you, I was going to give you props. I remember coming on this show, and you were...
You don't need to give me props. I give myself props.
Well, okay.
Carl.
But
yeah.
Enough about Dan. What do you think of Dan?
Yeah, but you saw this thing coming, and it's worth... Look, in any traditional way of looking at politics, Hillary Clinton beats Trump by like a drum. The Electoral College favors the Democrats. The demographics favor the Democrats. There's no way, if you look at politics traditionally, this guy can compete, except that he is not a traditional candidate. In some ways, people said we should have a third-party candidate. In some ways, Trump is the third-party candidate, but he's also the Republican nominee. And if he can get the party behind him and also continue to appeal to independents who are sick of politics, he can compete with her. And I think these polls show it. The national poll, the one that's most interesting to me is the national poll. She's at 49, Hillary, he's at 44. That's pretty close considering, that Trump's new in this game and people have been beating the crap out of him, on the air. I think that, and your point is, if Trump gets these independents, especially these Reagan Democrats or old blue-collar Democrats we used to call them in places like in the Rust Belt and in Illinois for that matter, he brings the Republican Party, makes it competitive in places it hasn't been competitive in a while. And that's the argument for him. I'm not convinced yet, but I cannot rule it out either.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you props because I like that formulation that he's like a third-party candidate, but he's also the Republican nominee. I'm going to just steal that now and make that my own.
You can steal from the best, I always say.
There you go.
And attribution, Dan.
Right,
remember.
of course.
Yes.
Carl Cannon, the attribution. He's the Washington bureau chief at RealClearPolitics.com. Carl, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anytime, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's as thick as pea soup out there. A fog advisory in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. We'll have sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 68 degrees. And tomorrow, a passing morning shower. Otherwise, some sun, a high of 70 degrees. Travel times, busy man. I'm sure there's cancellations at the airports because of this fog. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Yes, Amy, there are. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. At Midway especially, a lot of Southwest flights have been scrapped this morning. There are delays across the board, more at Midway than at O'Hare. At O'Hare, there are a handful, mainly affecting arrivals. Adams Tollway westbound traffic is jammed. Barrington Road to 59, where two left lanes remain blocked after an earlier truck crash. Eastbound stop-and-go 31 to 59, where all lanes, we're told, are now open. Northbound Tri-States, though, 95th to 87th, Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The Aidens has gotten really heavy between Church and the Junction. 35 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Eisenhower, 55 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 38, Stevenson. Now an hour and 10 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's 39 minutes. The Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Walmart files suit against Visa over PIN numbers. Budweiser has patriotic plans for its beer this summer. Cost of long-term care skyrocket. Those stories next.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a SelectQuote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-431-0848. That's 1-800-431-0848. 1-800-431-0848. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health insurance company and other factors not available in all states.
Retail giant Walmart has filed a lawsuit against Visa because the credit card company, it says, prevents Walmart from requiring customers to verify purchases with a personal identification number. Walmart says it must pay more for signature transactions than those with a PIN. As America heads into a patriotic summer with Olympics, the 4th of July, and political conventions, Budweiser renaming its beer America, and its new cans will be what else? Red, white, and blue. A new survey reveals costs of long-term care are on the rise. The median annual bill for a private nursing home room is now approaching $100,000. Uber adding Sao Paulo, Brazil to its worldwide list of major cities featuring the ride-hailing service. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Guys, when it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? Now, you might know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone number? I know my number, and that's because Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and because the lab is on site, you'll know your results within minutes. If you've noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low testosterone makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can also raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, services are covered by most health insurance companies, and they have flexible hours for your convenience, so Do yourself a favor and call 630-409-4305. Tell them Dan Prof sent you. That's me. That number again, 630-409-4305, or go to lowtcenter.com.
You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303, or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720, NMLS number 217229.
It's true, you can't take it with you, but you can make sure what you don't take with you goes to the ones you love, not the government. And you can preserve a legacy by doing one of the most important things possible for your children and grandchildren. It's critical to realize that if you don't have an estate plan, everything you own, including your house, cars, and investments, could be tied up in courts for a year or more. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, plus double government taxation. Avoid this by learning estate planning essentials. Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays on AM 560, is hosting a free estate planning workshop on Saturday, May 14th in Oak Brook Terrace. Tom's a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. To reserve your seat for this free estate planning workshop, call the Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. Now, I've done the research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues, Dennis Prager and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106th out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. Now, that demand helps sell your home fast at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I was selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd definitely call Saul. 888-346-0666 or call Saul, SAUL.net. Call Saul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
AM 560, The Answer.
We've all heard commercials where they chatter about how large their inventory is, how big their discounts are. Well, this is where the zinc meets your metal. Gatto Industrial Platers on Roosevelt Road in Chicago is home to North America's largest plating line. They can handle parts up to 27 feet long, weighing up to 8,000 pounds. Including a production rack and barrel zinc plating line that can process up to 300 tons of parts each and every day. But Gatto Platers can also handle zinc plating of a small box of screws and all in between, with 24 to 48-hour turnaround service and a fleet of trucks all over Chicagoland. As their owner George says, Gatto is big, we're good, and we're easy to work with. Learn why George says what he says at GattoPlaters.com. That's GATTO Platers.com. Or call George at 800-290-1223. Gatto Platers, proud to sponsor AM 560's Feed the Children program. Find them online at GattoPlaters.com.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage. Chicago's Morning Answer.
What happened to the West Point ladies who did their John Carlos, Tommy Smith impersonation? We'll have the answer at 7:07.
And should the Citadel change their rules for a Muslim woman? we'll tell you what they decided to do. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man jumps from an O'Hare upper terminal while running from police last night. A young boy rescued from a Maryville, Indiana pond. Former Congressman Mel Reynolds plans to plead guilty. Rangers stunned the White Sox with a late rally. It has been a tough morning commute. Jim Talamonte along with the foggy forecast as well. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Bernie Sanders says West Virginia voters sent a message.
That we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%.
Vowing again to fight for every last vote as Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump continue a slow march to the magic number of delegates. Fox Radio's John Decker is live in Washington.
Bernie Sanders' win in West Virginia prolongs his race against Hillary Clinton for the Democratic nomination. On the Republican side, Donald Trump easily won in both West Virginia and Nebraska. Now he's looking ahead to his meeting tomorrow with House Speaker Paul Ryan, who has yet to endorse him.
I think he loves this party, he loves this country, and he wants to see something good happen. And I think we're going to do better if we're unified.
Meanwhile, Trump's former primary opponent, Marco Rubio, has said he'll stick by his pledge to support the Republican nominee. Lisa?
Thanks, John. A bombing at a crowded outdoor market in Iraq. ISIS claiming responsibility. Fox Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Mideast Bureau.
Lisa, the violence happened in a commercial area of a predominantly Shiite neighborhood of Baghdad this morning. ISIS claiming the assault was the work of a suicide bomber, but Iraq denies this. The Islamic insurgents see Shia Muslims as a group that does not subscribe to its ideology and targets them often. This as Iraqi forces are trying to retake Mosul from the insurgents. Lisa?
Thanks, Jessica. An off-duty cop hailed as a hero in Massachusetts for shooting and killing a man who was stabbing people at a crowded mall after crashing a stolen car into a Macy's.
Our heartfelt prayers go out to all the victims, and hopefully we can make some sense of this.
Thomas Hoy is the mayor of Taunton outside Boston. Police say the stabbing spree started with a car crash in a residential neighborhood where 2 other people were stabbed. The suspect is one of 3 dead overall. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and a dense fog advisory is up at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a man was hospitalized overnight in critical condition. He was fleeing authorities when he jumped from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare last night around 7:15 and tumbled to a lower-level terminal. That after police tried to place him in custody for a disturbance at a terminal counter. A Chicago public school principal is hospitalized after being hurt breaking up a fight between students. Chinyere Okafor Connolly was knocked unconscious Monday at Jensen Elementary School on the west side. Police say 2 teens involved in the altercation were taken into custody. 3 middle-aged women are in court today for allegedly trying to smuggle over $3 million worth of drugs into O'Hare. Chicago police say the 3 women from Minnesota were detained after arriving from Japan. They were reportedly found with 70 pounds of heroin and opium in their luggage. A 2-year-old boy hospitalized after he was rescued from a pond in northwest Indiana at the Hickory Ridge Lake Apartments in Maryville. A Schaumburg woman will be sentenced later today after pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the death of her adult disabled child. Bonnie Liltz was initially charged with murder. Elaine Burge was one of the friends who asked for leniency in the Liltz case.
I don't think she's a harm to society. And she's a wonderful person.
Liltz faces up to 14 years in prison. A school district in the northwest suburbs considering a later start time for some of its schools. High School District 214 is expected to discuss that proposal tomorrow. It would move the start of the school day back nearly 1 hour. Officials say the plan aims to improve health and well-being of students. Cubs over San Diego 8-7. Texas comes back after a rain delay to beat the White Sox 13-11. The news a service of Staples with new lower prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to always ensure you get what you need. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from an in-store kiosk with a $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Personal finance is 80% behavior, 20% head knowledge.
Dave Ramsey.
The reason you're in debt is behavior, not math. The way you get out of debt is behavior, change, not math. You can't borrow your way out of debt. How many times have you heard someone say, I had a whole bunch of credit card debt and I paid it off by getting a second mortgage? You didn't pay it off, you moved it.
The Dave Ramsey Show, weeknights starting at 7, right before Michael Medved at 10. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Human trafficking has become the world's fastest growing crime, with over 27 million people enslaved, 2 million of them underage. The Abolitionist takes viewers behind the scenes as former CIA and Homeland Security agent Tim Ballard and his team of highly trained operatives risk their own lives to free innocent young victims from captivity. Tim Ballard believes God has called him to this work. Don't miss The Abolitionist, a one-day theater event, Monday, May 16th. Get your tickets today at fathomevents.com. It's rated PG-13.
Thousands of people are choosing to drive with Uber. That's where the riders are. So drivers have less downtime, are busier making more trips, earning more money.
I choose to drive with Uber because of the money and flexibility. I'm my own boss. I get to do what I want, when I want, and still earn extra money. Driving with Uber is the smartest thing I've done.
Earn the extra money you need. Just an hour or two a day and the money adds up fast when you drive with Uber. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to drivewithuber.com. Drivewithuber.com.
Focus. You need it to run a business, so don't let legal questions distract you. Use LegalZoom instead. Things like lease agreements and employment laws get complicated, but they're part of running a business. That's why LegalZoom built a network of independent attorneys in 48 states. You can rely on them for the legal details without paying by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. So focus on growing your business and use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And that fog this morning has caused flight delays and cancellations, especially at Midway and especially affecting Southwest Airlines. There are some additional delays at both the airports. Adams Tollway westbound. It's a huge delay from Roselle Road to 59, where 2 left lanes are blocked with a rollover semi. Eastbound at Stop and Go from 25 to 59, where all lanes are open. Northbound Tri-State heavy, 95th to 87th. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, set from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eden, slow-going Dempster to the Junction, 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 40 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50. The Eisenhower's 55 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 38. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive and 50 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 39 minutes to 355. The Ryan is 30 minutes from 95th to downtown. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Clouds and sun today with a high 70, then tonight becoming mostly cloudy. We'll have occasional rain and a thunderstorm beginning late in the evening. A low tonight 55, then tomorrow passing shower in the morning, otherwise breaks of sun with a high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 54 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. Always on time or you don't pay a dime. Visit AC1HourAir.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We are in this campaign to win the Democratic nomination.
I feel confident that Hillary will be the nominee, and I feel confident she'll be the next president.
There will be plenty of time for voters to make the determination who they're going to support. If circumstances change, we will always assess changed circumstances.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour that we've been doing for several weeks now. Impact, a successful business up here. We're going to talk to the president of the company, Dan Maya.
What's his name, Dan? His name's Dan. I'm not going to.
You want me to do?
I want you to do it.
Gree from Better Off Dead.
Yeah, Dan Meyer.
Truly a sight to behold. A man beaten, the once great champ, now a study in moppishness. He was talking about me.
Truly a sight to behold.
Oh, there you go.
A man
See,
beaten, the once great champ, now a study in moppishness.
I think my impersonation was better than the actual
Yes.
actor. But so that was, remember the two brothers, one didn't speak any English, the other learned to speak English by listening to Howard Cosell and Wide World of Sports. So the question is, which is worse, not speaking English or speaking Howard
Or
Cosell?
speaking like Howard Cosell.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, that's one question. Another question is time for Campus Watch, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
And I'll let
Lots
you.
going on this morning.
We've got an update on the those black female West Point cadets who offered what was seemingly the Black Power salute. Think 1968, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, 68 Olympics, in their photo, and that was called into question in terms of being a violation of West Point policy, making political statements while in uniform. West Point has responded. We'll have that, but first, Citadel.
Yeah, the Citadel was considering a first ever uniform exception because an incoming female student is a Muslim, and she wants to wear her hijab as part of her uniform, and the Citadel has finally responded. Late last night, they decided that they're going to reject the request for a uniform change. Now, they're not telling us this Muslim woman's name or her hometown, but they have informed her and her family that they are not going to change the school's policy, their policy, because the school in Charleston is known for its buttoned-up uniforms, close-cropped haircuts that represent the sacrifice of oneself for the greater goals of the unit.
What is the child's name? The child has no name.
She has no name. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment is our turnkey.pro text line. But that's the problem, because now her family this morning, guess what, Dan? No surprise here. They're considering filing a lawsuit because her religious rights are being affected. She's being discriminated against because it is her culture to have her head covered, and they're not letting her do that. They're saying the only way you could get into the Citadel is if you take off your hijab and you're like everyone else. There's uniformity.
Well, it's interesting. See, the problem is, from the left perspective, is you have the left alternatively suggests that religious liberty ends at the schoolhouse door, except when it's a favored son or daughter of the left or of a leftist perspective, and then all of a sudden they want to extend it. Now, interestingly, there is a case recently settled of a Sikh army captain, Simratpal Singh is his name. He is a Bronze Star recipient. He has served, he's a Sikh. He served our country honorably, and there was the issue of whether or not he was going to be allowed to continue to serve in the Army with his religious turban and his beard in place, which is consistent with the Sikh religion. The Beckett Fund for Religious Liberty actually filed suit, represented him against the military, and the military is going to make an exception. And it's not just for this individual, Captain Singh, that they've made exceptions before in terms of wearing a beard for medical reasons and headgear for medical reasons, and so why not a religious reason, essentially, was the argument, in addition to the larger constitutional religious liberty argument. And so the Army is making an accommodation there, so perhaps it is appropriate that Citadel make a similar accommodation in the name of religious liberty. I don't think there's a problem with religious liberty exceptions.
Well, they said that they will, allow special diets, time for prayer, and they'll even drive cadets to their place of worship if they don't have a car. So they're respectful of the religion, but they said, uniformity is the cornerstone of this 4-year development. This 4 year, it's the Citadel. I mean, they're not going to change their dress code or their uniform code for one woman. Now, she did receive the phone call last night, and they said that she was crying, and that she told the commander that it wasn't fair, that she had to choose between going to school and her faith. So it sounds like a lawsuit's coming.
I think there's, and I think there's a difference between the religious liberty matter and the issue of kind of political correctness and conforming in that way. And so going back to West Point and these African-American female cadets, Clarence Page wrote about it in the Chicago Tribune today.
And as per usual, that dingbat got it wrong.
Oh, stop.
But here's the official response from West Point after investigating this photo of African-American female cadets, Black Power salute while in their cadet uniforms.
Mhm.
The West Point investigative body sent a letter. Members of the United States Corps of Cadets, the Long Gray Line, ladies and gentlemen, you all aware of this recent photo. We did an inquiry. The primary purpose of the inquiry was to examine if these cadets violated any DOD or Army policy. They essentially conclude the impact, and I'm quoting from the letter, the impact of this photo was division, not the shared unity that it intended. It is clear in retrospect that the symbol of the clenched fist carries with it many varied and emotional responses. Symbols mean many things to many people. The inquiry, of course, punted because, that's kind of what the politically correct military does now, like the rest of the country. The inquiry did not find these cadets violated a policy or regulation. It did determine they demonstrated a lapse of awareness in how symbols and gestures can be misinterpreted and cause division, and so they acted thoughtlessly, I guess, but there will be no punishment.
Wow. Do you think the Citadel, in this case, they did the right thing by standing their ground and not allowing a uniform change for one student?
I think
because they said they have other Muslim students, but the request to wear a headscarf was the first time they've ever had that.
Yeah, I mean, I think functional accommodations for religious liberty, so long as it does not in any material way affect unit cohesion or engender the safety of the soldier or someone around them, I don't think it's a problem. I mean, if, for example, I wear a crucifix, so if I was at Citadel and they said, well, take your crucifix off.
They probably would. There's a 35-page booklet of rules and regulations.
Well,
everybody has to look the same, and you wear your uniform the majority of the time.
Well, I wouldn't want to. And so these are the issues. The religious liberty discussion is a completely different one. Now, the flip side of that, since we're doing Campus Watch, Peyton and Eli can't go to Harvard.
Oh, no.
I hate to break it to you.
I think that's already on the list, but what did they do now?
They have been unable to go to Harvard for some time, and that continues. A Harvard law professor, Mark Tushnet.
Douchey.
Yeah.
You knew I was going to say it.
It's fun. Grade school taunts people.
I know. Sorry. I have to.
He compared Christians to Nazis, and that conservative Christians should be treated like Nazis. By the way, point of order, that's Harvard and the Ivy League schools, most of the Ivy League schools were originally founded as seminaries.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, how times have changed. So Tushnet blames what he calls the culture wars on conservatives, and he says liberals should now make conservatives pay. The culture wars are over. They lost. We won. Tough nuts, and we should marginalize them the way that the losers of the Civil War were marginalized, the way that Nazis were marginalized. They're the losers of the cultural wars, and they deserve, I guess we need to have Nuremberg trials for conservative Christians, according to Harvard law professor Mark Tushnet. So that's a little bit of what's going on college campuses. But going back to the military institutions, let's go to Ralph and Rantoul. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I'm unclear on this one. I need to get my facts together, but I thought that the Citadel is a private school, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I know their culture dates back quite a long ways. I thought I heard a modern Muslim woman, I think Brigitte, what's her name? It's escaping me right now, but she said that the hijab is actually a modern sort of adoption to the Muslim culture, that it only dates back to the 1970s, not like the 780 AD or 800 AD. So I find it interesting that something that just kind of became popular 30 or 40 years ago now, and it's not an essential part of the culture. I don't know. I would argue that that is trying to turn around 100 and something years of a pretty well-defined culture, like from the beginning at the Citadel. I don't know on this one. I'm leaning more towards the Citadel.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Let's go to Jeff on the Kennedy.
Hello, Dan, Amy. I think that the Citadel and you guys need to ask another question. What if a transgender Muslim wants to wear a hijab? Would that be allowed?
I don't think any hijab would be allowed at all.
Transgender, yeah. You mean, in other words, if they weren't otherwise abiding their stated faith, then they don't get to pick and choose as it pertains to a religious liberty exemption? Is that your point?
I think my point is that you can just take this stuff only so far. You know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for the call, Jeff.
No, I mean strict discipline and tradition. They again are the cornerstone at the Citadel. And they were not going to relent. They considered this for 2 months, and they came out with their decision yesterday, and they're not going to budge. And I mentioned that they called her, and she was, in tears because, again, she thinks she has to choose her school or her education over her religion.
Yeah, her tears are not material. I know that's fun to talk about, but that's not the issue. But I want to get this in too. George Mason. George Mason University is the recipient of a $30 million gift to rename the law school, a $30 million gift to the law school on the condition the law school be renamed in honor of
who?
Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia.
Oh.
And this has generated a resolution from the faculty at George Mason Law School suggesting that they should not accept the gift in exchange for the naming rights, and doing so would be selling their integrity and otherwise submitting the faculty to a constriction of their academic freedom, that the quality of instruction at George Mason Law School would suffer.
Yes, right.
As a result of the name on the building.
Once again, another attack on conservatives.
Well, that's right. Here's Lloyd Cohen, who's a law school professor there. By the way, a former law school professor at Northwestern is a friend of mine. Daniel Polsby is also at George Mason, and he's in on the pushback as well.
Good.
Listen to what Lloyd Cohen said in terms of, a few people holding out lights in the hallowed halls of academia for sense. In purporting to take a stand in favor of academic freedom, this body, he's appearing before this star chamber of the faculty senate at George Mason and delivering the statement. In purporting to take a stand in favor of academic freedom, this body would adopt a statement that constitutes one of the most egregious attacks on academic freedom, not only in the history of the university, but in higher education in this country. The body is prepared to accuse the faculty and the administration of the School of Law of selling out its integrity, independence, and academic values for a pottage, all while hiding under the gutless guise of expressing concerns about public perceptions and other weasel words designed to disguise what it really is, an unprecedented assault on the academic freedom of one unit of this university by a mob of faculty from the rest of the university. Let's not kid ourselves. The whole world knows what's going on here. If this were a gift from George Soros to create the Harry Blackmun Law School, we would not be here today. The political agenda of this body is transparent. So at least you have some people that are joining the fight at George Mason Law School, as one example, to say, I'm not going to stand by and allow people to silence donors, much less faculty, and pretend that they're doing so under the guise of academic freedom when they are the totalitarians on campus, willing to reject a $30 million gift because they don't like the name on the building that it would be associated with, despite the fact that he is perceived across the board, including by President Obama in his...
and liberal Supreme Court justices love him and grieved him.
And President Obama, in his eulogy, he said, I disagree with him, but respected his jurisprudence, one of the greatest intellectuals, legal minds we've ever had on the court. This is the state of affairs at higher ed, and we'll get your perspectives on that right after this.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Until 10 a.m. this morning. Then we should have some sunshine, some clouds, a high of 68 degrees. Then tomorrow, a passing morning shower. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies, just a little bit warmer, a high of 70 degrees. I'm sure the travel times are high because the fog is thick. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Fog is thick and crashes have caused issues on the Adams Tollway westbound. It is jammed. Roselle Road to 59. All lanes have just reopened after there was an earlier overturned truck crash there. Eastbound stop and go 25 to 59. Northbound Tri-State really clogged up from 115th to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway still Farnsworth to 59 and the Veterans Memorial. Now stop and go from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway at Butterfield to Roosevelt. Eden's 35 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30 Kennedy. 45 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 55. The Ike, an hour and 5 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound now 48 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. To Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to the Loop. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Business owners, I want you to stop and think about the one part of your organization that you simply cannot live without. What comes to mind? Your employees, your location, your customers? How about your technology? Let's face it, everything rests on your network running smoothly and efficiently. So that's where Turnkey IT comes in. They understand the value of your network and the critical role it plays in your company. They'll keep your network up and running and resolve any problem so you can focus on the important things. Turnkey IT's team of professionals will respond to you quickly. They won't roll their eyes when you ask them questions or try to dazzle you with confusing technical jargon. This spring, Turnkey IT is offering a free security audit. Even if you have an IT guy, this free security audit will help you understand if they're keeping your data safe from viruses and hackers. So visit turnkey.pro today to schedule your free security audit and mention that Amy sent you. Turnkey.pro. Again, that's turnkey.pro.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today. CertaPro.com. CertaPro painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, text from 630, saw transgender hit job open up for Captain Turban in Dearborn a few years ago. That was a good show. We're talking about Citadel and West Point in particular, academic freedom, religious liberty in particular. One correction of the record, Citadel, not a private institution. It's a public college in South Carolina. Let's go to Kevin in Northfield. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, I'm hoping you can stitch together the totalitarian scheme that runs between these two stories. I believe that the banning of the naming of the Scalia, that movement, is the intellectual equivalent of book burning, of Nazi book burning. And at the same time, this woman presented a false choice when she said she had to choose between her education and her religion. She didn't have to choose. She can go and get educated anywhere she wants. At the Citadel, it's about uniform, it's about uniformity, and that's what you get if you want to go there. That's the cost of going to the Citadel. You give up the kind of freedom that you don't give up when you go to University of Illinois.
All right.
It's
Thanks
all
for the
about
call,
uniformity and protecting the unit.
Kevin. David in San Francisco, California.
Yeah, hey, morning. You know, this is really kind of pitiful because if you just look at the Citadel as what it really is a leftover of the Civil War Klan college. And
really,
the
it's a Klan college.
The Citadel. And what's even worse is that the Citadel has sent so many people to West Point that the Klan has deeply infiltrated the U.S. military for decades.
I see. So the military, U.S. military, including our other West Point, Annapolis, those are just fronts for the Ku Klux Klan. Is that right?
The Citadel specifically is a Klan college. There's nobody that doubts that. And when you start
actually, this guy you're talking to doubts that. And not only do I doubt it, I reject it wholeheartedly. But thanks for the call, David. I appreciate conspiracy theories as much as the next guy.
Well,
Margot in Burr Ridge.
Okay, well, you said this girl is crying about losing this education. I'll bet, because that is a fully funded taxpayer education that she's losing. And, my kids would cry if they lost that too. But I would like to know, who is the congressperson who proposed her, who gave her this gift of the education? Because that's the only way you get in there. You have to be put forth by your congressperson to get one of these free educations that we give at our military.
Well, Margot, that's a great question, but they're not releasing her name nor her hometown, and they're not releasing the hometown because that would tie her to what congressional member approved her.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Margot. Dan and Amy broadcasting live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hi, I'm Lex Howard, CEO of Balance of Nature. Statistics show that most people will listen to this commercial 7 times before they finally purchase Balance of Nature. Don't be a statistic. Take action to determine your future.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my... It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life. Yeah, I tell everyone to get it, but everyone gives you a wise answer. Oh, just eat good food. Well, how are you going to eat 15 fruits and whatever? Unless you lived on a farm.
I'm doing well. I definitely have more energy, and there's a big improvement.
Begin giving your body the fruits and vegetables it needs every day. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Let's get sentimental. Think about it, how much your father means to you. Now ask, what am I getting Dad for Father's Day on June 19th? Well, you should get him a MyPillow, because right now, 2 for the price of 1, so you keep one for yourself, give one to your dad. The gift of a great night's sleep is great. And not to get gross on you, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? That's because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you haven't already done so, you need a washable MyPillow. MyPillow, American made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, and for those health reasons alone, you should get a MyPillow. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. When you go online at MyPillow.com, type Amy, A-M-Y, in that promo code. 2 pillows for the price of 1. Keep one for you, give another to Dad. Do it now, 800-489-0201, or online at MyPillow.com. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We talked to the president, El Presidente, they call him here, Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
But first, let's go straight into the newsroom and get the latest on news from here at home and around the world. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 55 degrees. A dense fog advisory remains up for much of the state of Illinois this morning, including the Chicago area. 45 are dead, dozens more hurt following a car bombing today in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders are celebrating after picking up wins in yesterday's presidential primaries.
It appears that we've won a big victory in West Virginia.
Democrat Bernie Sanders claiming a win over rival Hillary Clinton in the Mountain State. Trump taking West Virginia and Nebraska. The suspect in the stabbings of 4 at 2 locations outside of Boston is dead. 2 of the victims also died. Bristol County District Attorney Thomas Quinn.
During the incident at Bertucci's, an off-duty deputy sheriff intervened and shot Mr. DeRosa once. Mr. DeRosa was rushed to Charlton Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. It appears that but for the actions of the deputy sheriff, there may very well have been other victims.
Massachusetts State Police say Arthur DeRosa crashed his car through the front of a store at the Silver City Galleria in Taunton. Walgreens starting mental health screening. The drugstore aiming to screen 3 million Americans for mental illness over the next year and a half. Chicago Public School principal hospitalized. She was hurt trying to break up a fight between students. Chinyere Okafor Connolly was knocked unconscious Monday at Jensen Elementary School on the west side. 2 teens involved have been taken into custody. Former U.S. Representative Mel Reynolds says he wants to plead guilty to misdemeanor federal charges of failing to file a tax return. Reynolds says in a handwritten filing posted yesterday, he wants to come to court at the earliest date to enter that guilty plea. Now a status hearing is set for May 19. Cubs over San Diego 8-7. Texas comes back after a rain delay to beat the White Sox 13-11. And the news a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast? If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information that thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's time for the GOP to come together.
You know the saying, pride goeth before the fall. So now it's time for people to man up, lose your pride, eat your crow, and unify for the good of the United States of America. Now it's time for the real fight to begin.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Tea times, golf outings, driving range, golf academy, brunch, dinner, weddings, banquets, receptions. Find and do it all at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Info online at BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
Here's a quiz. Is identity theft just when someone other than you puts charges on your credit card? Nope, that's part of it, but identity theft is actually when someone pretends they're you for any number of undesirable reasons, like opening new accounts or a utility bill. Is it true that identity theft can't happen to you? Nope. 1 in 4 people have experienced identity theft. Will LifeLock help you more with identity theft than free credit monitoring will? Yep. LifeLock's proprietary technology detects a huge range of identity threats. And if you ever have a problem, one of our US-based agents will work to resolve it. So how'd you do on the quiz? Come on, how'd you really do? No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you get a versus a when it comes to identity protection. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS to get 10% off now. LifeLock.
7:37 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's rough on the Kennedy now, an hour and 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 55 minutes from Montrose, 35 on the Express, outbound 55 to O'Hare. Eden's 35 minutes, Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 32. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 53 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, so 111th to 87th, from the Stevenson to 31st, from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway delays eastbound 25 to 59, westbound Roselle to 59. Veterans Memorial really gummed up from I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt. Traffic service of Staples. Staples has new lower prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with a $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Areas of morning fog. We're getting reports this morning. Lansing, Valparaiso, your visibility down below 100 feet this morning, a half mile right now at O'Hare. Clouds and sunshine a little later today, high 70. 55. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by North States Steel, building America with products made in the USA. Visit northstatessteel.com.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and we are broadcasting live at Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. So it's quite a raucous crowd.
Well, yeah,
here.
everybody has arrived, and everybody is really dressed up and makes me kind of feel like a bum around here.
I feel
mean,
like
three-piece suits. What's going on?
I feel like I am commanding the Starship Enterprise here because this is such a technologically advanced, fashion-forward place of business.
It is.
Amy.
It's very swanky, very sleek,
Yeah.
very clean. There's not a drop of dirt on the floor. I mean, really. And then the
Space
cafeteria, space age. The cafeteria is great. Also, I went into some of the offices, helped myself to some supplies.
Great,
I hope you don't mind.
Good. It's quite
Check
an
your
admission.
drawers. And it's beautiful. It's just a gorgeous facility.
Well, it's such a gorgeous facility because it's a business that's making money. We're joined by Dan Meyer. He's the president of Impact. He's also the co-founder of the company. Started in 1999 and doing quite well. 240 plus employees. It's a $50 million company. That's goal is to double in size by 2017. Dan Meyer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for talking to us.
Yes.
So your competitors in this space are names that people know, Canon and Ricoh. What was the inspiration for you to start your own business in this space and say, well, we can do it better than some of the big boys are doing it?
Well, first of all, my business partner and I had 12 years experience in the industry, in this market. We had done other startups. So we felt like we kind of knew what the landscape looked like, but we saw some holes in service. I think technology is very similar from company to company. What the differentiator is how well customers get serviced. And when you're working against the Ricohs and the Canons and the Xeroxes of the world, they're multi-billion-dollar global entities, and sometimes the responsiveness isn't always there, especially for mid-sized organizations. So we felt that if we could do that piece of it better, bring a local approach to the service aspect, not have help desk in India and automated dispatch and parts coming off the West Coast and supplies coming off the East Coast, but have everything local and quicker turnaround, that would be the difference maker. And so far it's worked.
So what kind of services do you provide, say, to a mid-level company?
Sure. We provide everything from a document management standpoint, from office equipment to document management software to managed IT to creative services. So it's really office technology that we're professional services.
And the employment culture here, the corporate culture here, how that differs from your experience working at bigger businesses in the past?
Well, if you're in a professional services business, obviously there are resources that come into play to make sure that customers get service well, but people are really the difference maker. And we felt, and when we were planning this in my partner's basement, number one thing on the business plan was let's focus really heavily on culture. If our employees work well together, if they enjoy working, if they enjoy their careers with us, and everybody's rowing the boat in the same direction, that would spill over into the customer space and look like good service. And so far, it's worked.
Yeah, I want to come to work here.
Well, who
every
came up
day.
with the who came up with the coffee machines? I mean, there's more
What
technology.
about the kegerator?
It's like this. It's like the space shuttle in there in that kitchenette thing, and you got the breakfast buffet and the whole thing. So
Did you see the espresso machine upstairs?
No, I didn't.
We haven't let Dan upstairs yet.
Right, you haven't let me roam
Watching
around.
him, yeah.
Yeah, and we know the technology. We know this is a secure facility because when we got here this morning, we tripped the alarm and we had like a Lake County Sheriff's tactical unit here within 30 seconds. I mean, so you've got kind of a standing.
Well, our cameras caught Amy lifting stuff.
Well, that's right. I appreciate you not giving the kill order.
But how?
too.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I can imagine. Do you do a lot of group activities together to create camaraderie with your employees? Because you have 240 employees, correct?
Like trust falls and that sort of thing. T-shirts.
Do you guys walk on fire?
Yeah.
I did that once with Tony Robbins
Did
years
you?
ago. Yeah.
Did you really?
So did it hurt?
No.
Why?
And it's not a trick either.
Is
But
Tony-
that has nothing to do with us. So as far as our
But
employees,
that's a trust. It's a trust building experience.
Is Tony Robbins he's like a physical impossibility? Is his head as big in real life? as
bigger
it
than
appears?
mine, even.
Is
It's
it really?
It's
No, you don't have
bizarre.
a big head. No, but how do you build? I mean, what kind of trust building excursions
well, I just got back
do you go on?
a few days ago from a trip with some employees to Puerto Vallarta.
Nice.
We every year, we think we've been doing this for 6 years now. If we meet our objectives for net income and revenue targets, we take any employee that was with us for that whole year to somewhere warm to get out of the Chicago winter. We went last year to Puerto Rico, the year before that to Cabo, the year before that to Puerto Vallarta. So people like doing that, and then day to day, just trying to make it fun.
We've
So
been
it's
to
not-
Cabo. Did you have the tequila?
I don't remember.
It's quite
anything
good,
about that.
exactly. So, what about on terms of business climate here? I know you recently moved into this facility, founded in 1999, but recently moved into this facility. So there was an option to say, well, maybe we don't belong in Illinois anymore. Like a lot of businesses have made that decision, even especially this far north in Lake County, just to skip over to the other side of the cheese curtain. And you decided not to. Why Lake County? Why Illinois?
Well, Chicago's the third largest market in the country, so there's still obviously a lot of opportunity there. We're the largest independent based in Chicago in our field, and we have less than 6% market share. So there's still a lot of opportunity, still a great city. Is Illinois and Chicago a little screwed up? Absolutely. I mean, it's no secret, but
I like
we're
the way
from
you
here.
put that.
We're from here. We're part of the community. We want to stay part of it, and it's worked well. And this
And you-
location here, it's like an advertisement. If you're driving up to Tri-State, you can't miss us.
Yeah,
So-
really.
Yeah, I've driven past several times wondering, Impact.
I could
now
see it through
I
the
know what
fog
it
this morning.
is. Yeah.
Really.
So- and also, too, talk about how you won the Chicago Tribune Top Workplaces in 2015.
Yeah, over the years, we think we started doing this 9 or 10 years ago, where we'd have independent organizations come in and survey our employees for their job satisfaction. And between Cranes and the Tribune and Business Ledger and a bunch of organizations, we've won numerous best places to work. And I think it was in December or January, we were ranked number 1 in Chicago. So
Great. But
obviously,
you have a young workforce, and is there a high turnover rate?
in sales, there is a high turnover. I think college graduates go into it with good intention, but when they get involved with prospecting and other things involved, sometimes that...
Yeah, they realize there's work involved, and I realized that. That's why I went into radio, so I didn't have to work anymore.
You're right.
But as far as systems and admin and service, there's not too much turnover, but from a employee standpoint, for the most part, people have been happy.
We're talking to Dan Meyer. He's the president of Impact here in Lake Forest, where we are broadcasting this morning. Part of our series, our business tour, underwritten by Signature Bank, part of kind of our perspective of profiling entrepreneurial capitalists and encouraging our friends in other sectors to support entrepreneurial capitalists rather than craven rent seekers. And so my question to you on business climate, as you're a company that's really growing, and you would think Lake County, Illinois wants to keep entrepreneurial capitalists that are very successful here. What is one thing that you'd like to see at the state or the local level in terms of policy that would make it easier to do business here?
You want me to talk about politics?
Well, just about policy. It's post-partisan. Is there something that you wish was different about the business climate here than it is?
Well, obviously, I think the state does have an effect on how our customers get treated and their profitability and so forth and so on. So the better the state does, the better we do. So whatever can get done in Springfield, it's a ripple effect. I don't think it's really affected us in a negative or positive way, but I try to stay out of politics as much as possible.
Good. That's an honest answer.
Yes.
Now, do you plan on taking over the Tri-State at some point in time? I noticed you started with this building, then you built on to another building. Is there any plans to
It's ironic that you
add
say
a
that. We
third
just
building?
bought land north of our distribution center, so it'll
See?
be 3 buildings in a row. And we'll get really obnoxious and have
Is that gonna be
Impact
like-
logos
Is the
all-
kegerator going to get bigger with each building?
Is there going to be a
you construct?
nightclub, or what else do you have
That's
there?
not a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, like,
I like that.
a game center, like so
yeah,
you can
do
play
you-
laser tag in the afternoons or whatever the kids do these days. I don't know.
in a pool hall and
Yeah, well,
do you have that
maybe a
here,
swimming
like ping
pool.
That'd be
pong
better.
and all that?
Off-track betting.
Off-track.
I mean, it's just could really vertically
I like a
integrate
blackjack table.
a
That's
lot
a good
of
idea.
to get a casino license.
A
Some
disco
games.
ball.
Yeah, we got all
We've
kinds
got-
of things
we've
that have
got
nothing
big
to do with
plans.
running a
Yeah.
successful business.
But
for
it
you.
keeps your employees happy, and it keeps them wanting to come to work. Because I'll come to work work here just to get that coffee.
Amy's already
From the
submitted
coffee
her
machine.
resume to HR, so she's hoping she could level up to you for consideration.
Well, coffee helps with employee productivity. A pool table or gambling casino
Yeah.
might not.
Might not.
Yeah.
All right, he's Dan Meyer. He's the president of Impact here in Lake Forest. ImpactMyBiz.com is the website. Dan Meyer, thanks so much for hosting us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, today there's a fog advisory in effect, if you haven't noticed. That'll last until 10 o'clock this morning. Otherwise, we'll have some sunshine finally, a high of 68 degrees. And then tomorrow, passing morning shower, otherwise some sunshine, a high of 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Eden's inbound delays start at Devon, 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30 as well. It's slow out to Winnetka Road. The Kennedy, an hour and 20 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. 55 minutes from Montrose, 35 in the Express, outbound 55 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's an hour and 10-minute drive from Thorndale to downtown, 50 minutes from Manheim, outbound 55 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's 39 minutes. To Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th of the Loop. Lakeshore Drive, southbound slow from before Irving Park to North Avenue. Northbound, really bottled up from 31st to Jackson. There's a stalled bus near Soldier Field in the right lane. Northbound Tri-State, heavy most of the way from 111th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow 25 to 59. Westbound Barrington Road to 59, thanks to an earlier crash. I'm Jim Talamonte from the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Bad news. The fog is getting thicker.
And Leon's getting larger.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
What is it about buying a mattress that leaves you feeling violated? Pushy salespeople, fake sales, the walk of shame out of the mattress store? Those days are over. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, co-founder of Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to helixsleep.com/USA. That's helixsleep.com/USA.
Hey, size matters. Look to the Italians. They made it happen. The Colosseum, the Vatican, the Tower of Pisa, and Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli Sandwiches. Yeah! Their signature subs are as big as your forearm, hefty and fully loaded with the highest quality deli meats on artisan bread. Their homemade Italian beef sandwiches are sliced paper thin, using their own family recipe. And if you can't choose between the burgers, wraps, or hand-rolled meatball sandwiches, then get them all. Feed your inner rock star. Eat amongst authentic rock and roll memorabilia while you enjoy the soundtrack of your glory days. Or pick up and go. Either way, Augie's offers fast, fresh, and affordable food, even gluten-free options. Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, Carroll Stream or West Chicago. Be sure to visit augustinos.com for full menus and directions. And if the party's on at your house, look to Augie's for catering. Don't make it happen with Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli.
I'm Dan Proft with an Upstream idea brought to you by the Illinois Policy Institute. 27 Illinois state employees, on average, receive total compensation 27% higher than their private sector counterparts. State employees made nearly $4,000 more in wages and $13,000 in benefits than private sector employees. More than half of state workers will retire before the age of 60 with a guaranteed state pension. The state is in a financial death spiral with ground impact imminent. So keep this in mind as Governor Bruce Rauner breaks off contract talks with AFSCME, the state's largest public sector union. AFSCME has been unwilling to give on its demands for annual step increases of 3.8%, in addition to annual general wage increases. The lowball estimate of the cost of what AFSCME demands is $1.6 billion. That's $1.6 billion more from Illinois families who already pay the highest property taxes in the nation. This is Governor Rauner's moment of truth. He ran for office saying he is not a politician. He said he is a businessman who will make the difficult decisions to turn around the state he loves. We're about to find out if that's true. For more Upstream ideas, visit upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, you like role-playing games?
Sure, Dan.
I know you do. So I want to talk about Medieval Fight Club. And what's the first rule of Medieval Fight Club?
You don't talk about Fight Club.
We're violating the first rule because I'm not a member yet.
Have you, or was this medieval times?
No. Medieval Fight Club.
Have you been to medieval times, by the way?
I have, yes.
Did you eat meat with your hands
I
like
had
a manly man?
Mutton and meat and jousted. Yes, this is a New York group that's part of a larger armored combat league where men get in comfortable armored uniforms and bash each other over the head with maces and clubs.
Wait a minute, let me see this.
Yeah, see, look.
Because you're looking at this
Yeah.
online.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, they really do get involved.
Yeah, with
How is that
heavy
comfortable?
blows.
Yeah.
You got battle axes. You've got all kinds of things. The rules of the fighting are simple. Weapons must be blunt and subject to a weight limit.
Okay.
Thrusting and stabbing is illegal. Otherwise, anything goes. You get to wear the chainmail. And there's actually a combat league, the next World Championship. Takes place later this month in Lisbon, Portugal. So I'll be taking that week off to
Yes,
participate.
please. Let me know.
But this is something I'd like to see come to Chicago. It's actually, there's a documentary, if you want to learn more about this, called Harlem Fight Night, that profiles a Harvard grad, a financial consultant who is also a medieval fighter.
Wow. That's what he does on his off time? That's what he does for fun. Like you go to Lincoln Day dinners and Reagan dinners, and he jousts.
I think that, frankly, with all of the other activities going on at Impact here up in Lake
I know.
Forest.
It's a very busy place.
And the new building that we just found out, Dan Meyer's building over there, it'd be perfect to have a arena for medieval fighting. I think, gentlemen of the Chicago metropolitan area, I've got our location, so don your armor and prepare your swords. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
Why are you so sweaty?
Oh, I started a fight club.
First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
What motivates a creative thinker? Is it a selfless desire to benefit mankind? A hunger for fame, fortune, and accolade? The need to prove superiority? Or is it a self-sufficient drive to pursue a creative vision, independent of others' needs or opinions? Ayn Rand addresses these questions in her novel, The Fountainhead. The novel is the story of Howard Rourke, an innovative architect expelled from a prestigious architectural school for his unconventional designs, who, as Rand puts it, struggles for the integrity of his creative work against every form of social opposition. Initially rejected by 12 publishers, The Fountainhead became a bestseller within 2 years purely through word of mouth. Pick up your copy of The Fountainhead today. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm your Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brooks Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Roy Spencer and I came up with an amazing offer. If you purchase a home within Permaseal service area and a member of Team Hochberg at Pearl Mortgage secures you a mortgage to purchase the home, we'll cover the cost of the sewer inspection when the loan closes. Roy and I want to make sure you're purchasing a home without faulty or cracked sewer lines, which is expensive to repair. According to Roy, we're the only lender offering this outstanding service. If you're purchasing a home and want to take advantage of this outstanding opportunity, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License D4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Psoriasis and vitiligo are serious diseases. You've tried everything and have been disappointed.
Now there's X-Track, a breakthrough treatment that provides long-lasting, safe relief. X-Track is FDA cleared for the treatment of psoriasis and vitiligo and is endorsed by thousands of dermatologists and hospitals because it works. Clinical studies show immediate results with up to 95% clearance. The in-office visits are fast, painless, with virtually no side effects. With thousands of providers treating patients all over the country, X-Track is covered by all major insurance companies and Medicare. We'll help you find a doctor close by, and there is no cost to you until you see results. Get your life back. Live free. Live X-Track clear.
For your no-cost treatment, call now 800-972-3143. That's 800-972-3143. 800-972-3143 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply, results may vary.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Are separate bathrooms unequal? We'll ask Cedra Crenshaw from Protect Children, Preserve Freedom at 8:08.
And a Chicago man bets his entire life savings on the Cubs to win the World Series. Wait until you hear about his backup plan. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Outside, we have heavy, dense fog in the area. A young boy rescued from a Maryville pond, and a Schaumburg woman pleads guilty in her daughter's death. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The underdog wins again.
And we are going to fight for every last vote.
West Virginia, the 19th state for Bernie Sanders, but the math is still on Hillary Clinton's side. She needs less than 150 delegates to clinch the nomination. Donald Trump only 130 away after big wins in West Virginia and Nebraska, a week after becoming the presumptive GOP nominee.
It was great. Two great states and great people, and we really appreciate it.
He meets tomorrow with House Speaker Paul Ryan. Fox Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
Republicans here are facing questions about Donald Trump. When I hear people say never, I say, look, chill. And Bob Corker is chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will meet with Trump here tomorrow to talk about winning the general election.
We know the alternative is 4 more years, just like the last 8.
House Speaker Paul Ryan has not endorsed Trump. His office is downplaying tomorrow's meeting, a spokesperson saying the most important event here this week is a series of House votes to respond to the nation's opioid epidemic. Lisa.
Jared, a trail of damage in parts of Illinois and Kentucky where a tornado carved a path through the town of Mayfield.
Marty Winfrey had only seconds to escape his mobile home.
I knew it was going to get me, so I run up by that swimming pool and grabbed a tree and just bear hugged it and just seen debris flying over, and it seemed like it lasted about a whole 15 or 20 seconds and it was gone.
The American Red Cross is now in the area helping those who no longer have a home. More severe weather is in the forecast for the same area today.
Matt McLean, Fox Radio affiliate WKYX in Paducah. No word yet on any possible motive for a deadly stabbing spree outside Boston. It started with a car crash and home invasion in a residential part of Taunton, then a stolen car crashing into a Macy's at a mall. The suspect, who had killed 2 people, was shot and killed by an off-duty cop. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Fog and 55 degrees in Chicago. 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a man was taken to a hospital in critical condition. He fled authorities last night, jumping from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare to a lower-level terminal. Officer Hector Alfaro with Chicago police say the man was treated for a critical head injury at an area hospital. Chicago Public School principal is hospitalized after she was hurt trying to break up a fight between students. Officials say Chinyere Okafor Connolly was knocked unconscious Monday at Jensen Elementary School on the west side. The 2 teens involved, according to police, have been taken into custody. 3 middle-aged women have a court date. They were allegedly trying to smuggle over $3 million worth of drugs into Chicago's O'Hare International. Chicago police say the 3 women from Minnesota were detained after arriving from Japan. Authorities reportedly found about 70 pounds of heroin and opium in their luggage. A Schaumburg woman will be sentenced today after pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the death of her disabled adult child. Bonnie Liltz was initially charged with murder after authorities say she gave her daughter Courtney a lethal dose of medication last year. Well, one of her close friends is asking for leniency in the case.
I don't think she's a harm to society. And she's a wonderful person.
Bonnie Liltz faces up to 14 years in prison. Chicago sports, Cubs over San Diego, 8-7. Texas comes back after a rain delay to beat the White Sox 13-11. The news, a service of GoDaddy. Running your own business, running you ragged? GoDaddy can help with memorable domains, website design, online marketing tools, and 24/7 expert advice. You can do it. Correction, you can kill it with GoDaddy. Go you, GoDaddy. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, very low interest rates failed to entice many people to apply for a mortgage last week. The number of mortgage applications increased, but just a fraction, 0.4%, says the Mortgage Bankers Association. Walt Disney's earnings for the start of the year were disappointing. For the first time in at least 2 years, ESPN, owned by Disney, reported a drop in ad revenue and subscriptions. Attendance at Disneyland and Walt Disney World were about the same as a year ago, and Disney had expenses related to its new Shanghai Disneyland Park. Despite all this, Disney had movie successes: Star Wars The Force Awakens, Zootopia, and The Jungle Book. Toyota's quarter was weaker. It blames the strong yen, which makes it more expensive to sell cars in other countries. But for the full year, Toyota reported a record profit. It says now things will slow down. The Dow closed up 222 points yesterday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Indiana primary is over.
Together, we left it all on the field in Indiana. We gave it everything we've got. But the voters chose another path.
Ted Cruz folds his tent.
We are suspending our campaign.
Now it's Trump.
We're going to love each other. We're going to cherish each other. We're going to take care of each other.
The ride to the White House is crazy.
We're going to win. We're going to win in November.
What happens next happens here. This is your election station, AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool.
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
People all across the country are enjoying the flexibility of working when they want, earning extra money on their schedule when they drive with Uber.
With Uber, you can write your own paycheck. You sign up, you get approved, and you start earning money right away. Right away, like the next day. Turn it off when you want to make money, you turn it off when you don't. It's just that simple. What are you waiting for?
Enjoy the flexibility of working when you want, earning extra money on your schedule. Sign up to Drive with Uber today. Go to drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
Life can be unpredictable. That's why you should take control of your family's future now with an estate plan bundle from LegalZoom. Not sure whether you need a last will or a living trust? LegalZoom's network of independent attorneys in 48 states can help you decide which one's right for you without billing by the hour, since LegalZoom isn't a law firm. Plus, updating your estate plan as your family and assets grow couldn't be easier. Enjoy your life. Use LegalZoom for the legal stuff. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
8:07 at our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Let's get the latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Flight boards at O'Hare show a significant number of delays, especially for arrivals due to the fog, and Midway has delays and quite a few cancellations for arrivals and departures. Eden's inbound stop and go Cicero to the junction, 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. Kennedy, an hour and 5 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 53 minutes. Stevenson, an hour 10, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 55 minutes from the Tri-State, outbound 41 minutes to 355. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown Lakeshore Drive, southbound stop and go Bryn Mawr to North Avenue, northbound 31st to Jackson, northbound Tri-State slow 111th most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagans all the way to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial really gummed up from I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt, and it's slow from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, areas of morning fog, otherwise clouds and sun with a high 70, then occasional rain and a thunderstorm late in the evening on. A low tonight of 55. Tomorrow, passing morning shower, then breaks of sun, high 73. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
55 at O'Hare, heavy dense fog across the area. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We are in this campaign to win the Democratic nomination.
I feel confident that Hillary will be the nominee, and I feel confident she'll be the next president.
There will be plenty of time for voters to make the determination who they're going to support. If circumstances change, we will always assess changed circumstances.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're broadcasting live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, Entrepreneurial Capitalists, supporting entrepreneurial capitalists in the Chicago metropolitan region. But speaking of, well, by extension, government and government involvement in our lives, whether our economic lives or our private lives, the issue of bathroom privacy. We know the federal government has filed suit against North Carolina, the state, and the state of North Carolina has responded by filing suit against the federal government for purposely misinterpreting the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Well, in addition to that, a group of students at the University of North Carolina, the Tar Heels, are fighting back by filing suit, which happened this week, against the Department of Justice and the Department of Education, because they stand, and this group is called Carolinians, North Carolinians for Privacy, under Title IX, which the federal government is also using to and misinterpreting to advance their social agenda. They stand to lose, the university as well as the students, some $1.4 billion in funding, and students will lose millions and millions of dollars in federal funding support to be able to attend North Carolina University, going to disrupt their educational pursuits and even their ability to afford to get an education, says the Alliance for Defending Freedom, which is representing the students in the case against DOJ and the Department of Education. And in addition to that, there was an interesting piece that was brought to light. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yes.
In 1975, when she was, I believe, at the tender age of 84, she wrote a piece in the Washington Post in support of the Equal Rights Amendment, and she said in that op-ed that there is no right to require unisex restrooms in public places. That was part of the ERA. She went on to say separate places to disrobe, sleep, perform personal bodily functions are permitted, in some situations required, by regard for individual privacy. We'll see if
looky there.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg has an opportunity to maintain her consistency on these matters now that she is a Supreme Court justice. And locally,
we have a lot going on locally.
Yeah,
I mean, in Downers Grove, District 99, they've created unisex bathrooms, and also private areas in girls' and boys' locker rooms where people can change. And then also, too, District 11 up at Fremd in Palatine there, they have a transgender student as well who not only is changing in the locker rooms, but is also joined the women's gymnastics team.
Right, and so this is not just a matter in North Carolina or a handful of states that have moved to protect the privacy of women in the women's bathroom, also happening locally, as you're recounting, Amy. And for more on the challenges locally, we're now happy to be joined by Cedra Crenshaw from Protect Children, Preserve Freedom Foundation, and Cedra is a former state legislative candidate here in Illinois as well. Cedra, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So, the Attorney General of the United States, Loretta Lynch, made the argument in announcing the justice's suit against the state of North Carolina, effectively that separate bathrooms
are the equivalent of separate black-white water fountains during the Jim Crow era. How do you respond to that?
I can't even begin to speculate on where Loretta Lynch is coming from in that respect, but this is what I do know, that our public schools have a duty and to protect the privacy and the safety and the dignity of every student. That's what I do know. And so any school safety and privacy policies, they should respect the needs of all children and the rights for parents to protect their children.
I heard you on Channel 7 on ABC 7 talking about how there is the need that we shouldn't allow schools to be experiments. You know, that the school setting should not be used as an experiment setting. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Sure. Our schools, they should be safe learning environments for every child so they can learn the essential skills they need to succeed in the world. And so they shouldn't be battlegrounds, unfortunately, like they've turned into to advance adults' political agendas like we see from the Obama administration. The Obama administration has actually threatened to take away much-needed federal funding, which would actually harm students unless these school districts implement the administration's political agenda, which would harm the students by then taking away their rights to privacy. So school is just the wrong place for these type of social experiments.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I wonder if this was a policy proposal from a different perspective, how people would respond to essentially threatening to remove federal funding for K through 12 education or university education in the case of North Carolina to get your way, which is what they're doing. And so what do you tell school districts, superintendents, board members, parents who are saying, well, I don't want to lose all this funding to my local school. We saw this at Fremd in Palatine, and so I'm going to try and kind of forge a middle ground where we make accommodations for persons that are identifying as something other than their biological sex so that we can accommodate what the federal government is demanding without losing funding.
Well, sure. We promote policies that respect every student's privacy and safety. That's why we supported the Alliance Defending Freedom's model student privacy policy. We became proactive in our high school, District 87, and we went and we presented this policy to our board members. We encourage other parents to do the same thing. So there are solutions where we can accommodate any student that's struggling with their gender identity while at the same time respecting the rights of all the other students. And that's initially what District 211 was doing, but then they backed down when they were bullied by the federal government.
Well, be specific. So what does that, what form does that take, that privacy policy?
Sure. That requires that every student, that requires that every student would use restrooms, locker rooms, and showers according to their biological sex. And any student that would have any unique privacy concerns would use either a unisex or a single stall or a faculty accommodation. And so that way, every student's safety and privacy would be respected and protected. So we absolutely can accommodate students who are struggling with their gender identity while respecting the rights and the safety of all the other students as well.
And what was the response from your local school board to that?
Well, we actually had a modest gain in that they added a right to privacy to our transgender accommodations policy. But, of course, how that will actually play out is a different story. But what we do know is this, that no child, like you heard me say on ABC, no child should be forced into these intimate settings with children of the opposite sex. And so any school district safety and privacy policies should respect the needs of every child. And shouldn't violate the bodily privacy of any child, especially when that's going against the will of so many parents. And
so recently I took my son in Target, and he said, well, why can't the transgenders or transsexuals use the single bathroom when we could still use our own bathroom? That's pretty much the point you're trying to get across to your school board, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And the answer is, in terms of at least the activist element there, is they don't want to because this is about imposing their will. It's not about trying to find accommodations for people, as you suggest, are struggling with their gender identity.
Unfortunately, that is the case. And we acknowledge that children have feelings, they have struggles. Some of them are struggling with their gender identity. That's why we need policies that protect the safety and the privacy of every child, because we don't want to trample on the rights of other children that are also going through struggles at these really vulnerable times in their lives to accommodate one group of students. We really have to think about every student's safety and privacy because it matters.
Cedra, as an African-American female, when you heard Loretta Lynch, pretty much comparing the struggle for the transgenders, saying that they're a protected class, comparing it to the civil rights movement, how did that make you feel?
Saddened. Very sad.
Succinct. Yeah, I understand it. It's Cedric Crenshaw. One last question: when are you going to run for office again?
I don't know.
That's good.
That's
that
all
means
I'm
the door
saying.
is open. That's just you're Ted Cruzing us a little bit, leaving the door ajar when the climate is right for a Cedric Crenshaw return. Well, Cedric Crenshaw is one of the bright young voices in, I don't know, I'd say the common sense center-right perspective in the state of Illinois. So happy to see you stepping out and providing leadership on this issue. Cedric Crenshaw, Protect Children, Preserve Freedom Foundation. Cedric, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
And she joined us on our turnkey .pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Thick fog still remains. It's like pea soup out there. And the fog advisory is going to be in effect until 10 a.m., so proceed with caution. And then by this afternoon, we should have a little bit of sunshine, a high of 68 degrees tomorrow. No fog, but a passing morning shower, and then mostly sunny skies, a high of 70 degrees. Any good news on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not a lot, Amy and Dan. Not much freedom there either. The inbound Kennedy has actually improved, but it's still pretty heavy. An hour and 5 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 40 minutes from Montrose, 35 on the Express. Outbound 50 minutes from downtown to the airport, where you'll find flight delays, more for arrivals than departures. It's worse at Midway. There are dozens of cancellations due to the fog. The Edens is 25 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Stoltz semi at North Avenue in the left lane. Outbound 53 minutes, Post Office to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow, 95th to Archer, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway heavy, Beverly to Bartlett. Westbound it's all clear now. The Veterans Memorial has delays. Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to Roosevelt, Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Many of you own or manage growing companies, and you know that your entire business depends on your phones. If your phone service provider struggles to deliver your calls, it can mean lost revenue. That's often the case with an outdated phone system. The solution? Well, it's a company that we use here at AM560, Innovative Networks. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing solutions that scale as our business expands. Innovative Networks can even replace your outdated phone system at no cost and provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. Here at AM560, we're thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-453-7777. They're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-453-7777 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
This is Phyllis. Are you calling me?
I've been very happy with Balance of Nature. You know what the funny thing is? Even when I'm tired, I feel better than I have in so long. I really haven't gotten colds. It's just been great. I've been very, very pleased. More energy. I think it really works. I really do.
Working out, losing weight, and even in the best of times, I can't eat that many vegetables, so it's nice to know I'm getting them.
My husband got a cold, but I didn't. So, hooray! Thank God for Balance of Nature.
It's time you had a Balance of Nature experience in your own life. Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751 to begin your road to better health. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Special announcement. The Big Home Remodeling Expo, a free home show that's open to the public, is coming to the DuPage County Fairgrounds, May 21st and 22nd. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or maybe get a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this two-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their products and services, get new ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new furnace, state-of-the-art generator, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and bring your friends and family. Not only will you get a free gift at the door, but come to the show between 10 a.m. and noon on Saturday, May 21st for a chance to win a key that could start a brand new Harley-Davidson. Remember, the DuPage County Home Remodeling Expo, May 21st and 22nd at the Fairgrounds in Wheaton. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy.
Yes, that would be us.
And Madonna. We're here at.
Thank you.
We're here at Impact in Lake Forest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I just got
part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour, and Amy's.
I just got a foam finger. If you're
Yeah.
watching on the web, AM 560, The Answer, you could see us. But
She's
no, they've got a
giving
lot of tchotchkes here that are great. There's the Impact foam finger because they're number one. Get it, Dan?
Yes.
Looky, we're number
it's
one.
the index finger, unlike the finger Vicente Fox uses to salute Donald Trump.
What happened? What do you mean? What did he do now?
Gave him the bird.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, we were talking about bathrooms and the struggles locally, nationally, the struggle North Carolina has against the federal government. Let's take a couple calls on this. Jim in LaGrange Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. You know, I've been thinking I've been discriminated against all my life. Being a male, I can't go into a female restroom and vice versa. So I'm thinking, why don't we just have different category restrooms? We'll all be discriminated against together then.
So, what, just a gym restroom?
No,
just,
a male
just for
restroom.
you?
I mean, we
Oh.
have male restrooms, we have females, so there's been discrimination right along. I mean, you're not allowed to go in the other one, and I'm not either, and vice versa.
Well, now if you go into Target
Yeah.
and you say you feel like a woman, they will let you go into the woman's washroom.
That's the point, Jim. Is you've been a bigot all your life, as well as a victim of discrimination, and now we're going to correct that. You can
Yeah.
thank the Obama administration. And
Well,
the
I
left.
do.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Appreciate it. Kurt in Park Ridge, you're on Chicago's
You know,
Morning Answer.
I think this is a great opportunity. You know, we have elections this November. You ask who's ever running, your representative, what his opinion is, and you tell him that you're going to vote against him if he votes to let grown men go to the washroom with little girls. It's an unbelievable opportunity. And if they say that they have to look into it and they're too stupid to give you an answer right there, you tell them you're voting against them.
Well, Donald Trump
Thanks for the call,
allows people, transgenders, to use whatever bathroom they want. I mean, even Caitlyn Jenner went to the Trump Tower in New York and did this whole spoof for her reality TV show of going into the woman's washroom.
That's her position, and I agree with Kurt. It's a question that should be put to elected officials or those aspiring to be elected officials locally, as well as those aspiring to federal office. And it's one of those things where I want people to remember that the people who think that grown men in the same bathroom as little girls, or we just erase all the lines, it is a small vocal minority that has a lot of political power because of the Obama regime and because of the hysterics of the left and because of some who fund the hysterics on the left. But your position, the idea that there is a difference between XX and XY, your position is the majority position. Don't allow the Alinskyeites to convince you that you're in the minority when it comes to common sense and common decency and dignity for men and women, because you're not. It's the majority opinion, and the majoritarians on this issue, as well as so many, should flex their muscles politically. I agree with Kurt. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do. I always knew where we were. I knew the dates. I knew when I had to have information. There was no fire drills. The overall experience was, off the charts. I've not experienced, there's very few companies that I've encountered that really deliver that customer experience, and that's what sets you guys apart, hands down.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor. Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Baran, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Baran. Call Joe Baran at Dependable Construction and AM 560 Feed the Children business benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091. Or visit them online at tuckpointchicago.net. The number again, 773-244-1091.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, I have to eat some crow. I guess it was all a hoax.
Yeah.
The Chicago Cub fan who took out his life savings to make a bet on the Cubs winning the World Series, but we'll explain why I thought it was real.
The password is Snopes.com. Also coming up at 8:38, Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation, explains to us what the impact is economically of 1 in 5 adult males in the U.S. either being jobless or jailed. That's at 8:38.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 55 and fog this morning. Donald Trump closing in on the number of delegates he needs to win the GOP presidential nomination. Wins in primaries yesterday in West Virginia and Nebraska. With no more rivals, Trump is the presumptive GOP nominee, and one of those former rivals, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, tells NBC this morning he'll likely endorse Trump at some time.
I think it's pretty clear that this is the position, obviously, I didn't want us to be in. Donald Trump obviously wasn't my first choice. I ran for president. I did the best I could, and it didn't work out, and Republican voters have chosen a different direction.
He says he has major policy differences with Trump, but doesn't intend to spend the next few months taking shots. Senators want Facebook to explain how it decides what news is trending. Senate committee started an inquiry yesterday after reports that a former Facebook employee said the social media giant suppressed conservative news items. 3 communities are cleaning up. At least 10 are recovering from injuries after a massive tornado roared through western Kentucky. The storm that tore through the southwest corner of that state damaged homes and businesses. Severe weather is forecast from West Texas to western Illinois today. Chicago Public School principal is hospitalized after she was hurt trying to break up a fight between students at Jensen Elementary. Police say Chinyere Okafor Connolly was knocked unconscious Monday. 2 teens are in custody. A school district in the northwest suburbs is considering later start times for its students and no homework over the weekend. High School District 214 is expected to discuss that among other proposals tomorrow, a move that would start the school day back nearly 1 hour. Cubs over San Diego 8-7. Texas, after a rain delay, comes back to beat the White Sox 13-11. The News, a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare? Get out now, safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They will get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT, 844-321-EXIT. 8:32 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's time for the GOP to come together.
You know the saying,
pride goeth before the fall. So now it's time for people to man up, lose your pride, eat your crow, and unify for the good of the United States of America. Now it's time for the real fight to begin.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
HERE Maps, the app that turns your phone into a car navigation system with offline maps and turn-by-turn guidance. Get it now at here.com/guide.
Here's a quiz. Is identity theft just when someone other than you puts charges on your credit card? Nope, that's part of it, but identity theft is actually when someone pretends they're you for any number of undesirable reasons, like opening new accounts or a utility bill. Is it true that identity theft can't happen to you? Nope. 1 in 4 people have experienced identity theft. Will LifeLock help you more with identity theft than free credit monitoring will? Yep. LifeLock's proprietary technology detects a huge range of identity threats. And if you ever have a problem, one of our US-based agents will work to resolve it. So how'd you do on the quiz? Come on, how'd you really do? No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you get a versus a when it comes to identity protection. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS to get 10% off now. LifeLock.
It is 8:34. Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound traffic is stop and go. Foster to the junction, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy with delays from Nagel to the Burn Circle, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 35 from Montrose, 25 in the Express. Outbound 30 minutes to Montrose, 50 to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. It's 50 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 40 to Manheim, 57 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 41 minutes. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford still a little slow, Cottage Grove to the merge. Lakeshore Drive, southbound slow, Bryn Mawr to North Avenue. Northbound really jammed, Oakwood to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow, Archer to 47th, Ogden to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial slow 63rd to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. The other Illinois tollways are good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. 80 years of quality mechanical solutions for your business. Morning fog burning off with clouds and sunshine expected later today, a high near 70. 55 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So this story, Amy, kind of a jarring statistic. Nearly 1 in 6 young men, so men in this country between the ages of 18 to 34, were either jobless or in prison in 2014. 5 million, wow. Right? 5 million jobless and 1 million incarcerated. And of course, we can get into the racial components as well. But the idea that 18 to 34-year-old men, nearly, a little bit more than 15% were jobless or incarcerated in 2014. What does that portend for the future vitality of this country? We put that question to our friend Steve Moore, chief economist at the Heritage Foundation, who joins us now. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, guys. Well, Dan, you don't understand. That's the way that Barack Obama has reduced the unemployment rate. You see, if you put all the young people in prison, they don't count as being unemployed.
I did not know that.
Brain stroke, yes. But I mean, on a serious note, boy, I mean, that is...
If we put another 5 million people in jail, we'll get the unemployment rate down to 3% under Obama.
But it's really jarring because, of course, we know a couple of things. One, if you suffer from long-term unemployment, particularly I should say particularly, but as a young person trying to kind of make your way in the world to get on the path to a successful career, not just having a job. And then obviously if you're incarcerated and you're a convicted felon, the prospects for employment upon release are not great. So, I mean, this is pretty serious business when you're talking about that demographic age-wise.
Yeah, I was making light of this, but you're exactly right. This is a crisis that we have so many people in prison, and a lot of the young people that are being put in prison are put in prison because of drug use. And that is no reason to incarcerate someone. I mean, you can truly ruin their life by putting a 19-year-old in jail. And so I find it, very, very problematic, and I think we need civil justice reform where instead of putting drug users in jail, maybe we, give them a fine and put them on their way in life. Because what you do is you create a professional criminal class with those kinds of programs where you're putting drug users in jail.
But I was reading on CNN.com about that there are 5 million jobs open. But in governors such as Scott Walker in Wisconsin, the governor of Virginia, Colorado, and Florida, they need skilled workers, and they can't find them. So how do we solve that problem?
You just put your finger on the big problem. I mean, the truth is there are enough jobs in this country. There's no question about it. Anyone with a skill, if you know how to be an accountant or an engineer or electrician or carpenter, pipe fitter, you can literally find a job tomorrow. The problem is, as one of my friends who runs one of the biggest employment agencies in the country says, I can find anyone with a useful skill I can find a job for, but if they have a sociology degree or a history degree or a psychology degree, I can't help them. And that's a problem. And we're spending, $200,000 to graduate these kids from college, and they don't have any useful skills.
Well, we don't have enough jobs for medieval poetry majors. That's the problem. Steve, let's talk a little presidential.
By the way, before I forget, Dan, I got the word that I'm going to be speaking at your, what is it? You've got a Freedom Conference or something coming up in the fall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Freedom Fest will be like 11 days before the election, so you'll have you'll be able to tell us what's going to happen in the November election by that time, certainly.
Well, I can tell you right now, Donald Trump is going to be the next president. Sorry to spoil the conference and spoil the ending.
All right, we'll call it off.
But Donald Trump is going to be the next president, I guarantee it. I mean, Hillary can't even win 50% of the Democratic vote, let alone 50% of the American vote. So and Trump is surging. Did you see the Quinnipiac polls? He's now tied in Florida and in Pennsylvania.
Tied in Pennsylvania, up in Ohio, right?
Hillary in Ohio. I mean, this is going to be one hell of a race.
Let's stick on presidential politics, or maybe presidential policy for a minute. And let's take your statement as the foundation that he's the next president of the United States. As you see Donald Trump say things like he said about minimum wage, and now he's clarified that, and about
repaying the debt, but not in full.
Well, right, and he's clarified that. Other matters where he seems to be trying to kind of modulate his free market perspective to perhaps appeal to Bernie supporters. Are you concerned at all?
Sounds like you are.
I am very.
I am concerned about it, and I'm concerned for a couple of reasons. One is I don't want to see him. Look, the path to victory for Trump is so obvious. He has to move to the right, not to the left. He has to get the conservatives, the Ted Cruz people, and I'm a Ted Cruz guy myself, and the conservatives, convince conservatives that he will govern as a Reaganite, and he's going to win in a landslide. But, too many of these political people want to steer him more to the moderate and even left position on things like minimum wage and tax cuts. And if he does that, he's going to alienate so many people like you and me, Dan and Amy. And baby, I know, Amy, you're inching in our direction on this one, but but I think I'm not quitting on you, Amy. I'm not giving up on you. But look, if he does that, if he can win back the conservative movement, I think he's well on his way to victory. So on the minimum wage, I actually thought he came up with a pretty good answer, which is let the states raise the minimum wage. I mean, would you have a super minimum wage in Illinois?
Yeah. We're trending towards $100 an hour.
Well, look, my
We're at
point is
$32
that
an hour.
I love the state of Illinois, but if the people in Illinois are so stupid that they want to raise the minimum wage, thinking that's going to help for people rather than put them out of jobs, it's your business. It's not my business living in Virginia. And then, of course, all the jobs will go to the places that don't have a higher minimum wage. And that was basically Trump's point on the minimum wage. Let the states do it. The other thing is, he's been talking about slipping on the tax cuts. Remember, you might have heard that. And I want to
It's a
assure
point
you
of negotiation, right?
Yeah, right. Well, I've been, working a little bit with the Trump people on this, with my buddy Larry Kudlow, and he is not going to raise tax rates. He's going to lower them. He's going to lower the business taxes.
Well, to the middle class or to the wealthy?
For everybody. Everybody's going to get a lower tax rate under Trump. All he was saying is, we may not be able to lower the top rate to 25%, but maybe it'll be 28 or 30. That's still way below the 40% that we have right now. And by the way, Bernie wants to raise that to 50, 60, 70, and Hillary's not much behind her. So, yes, Dan, I am concerned. I don't want to see him waffling. The other thing that worries me about this is that there's no question what Donald Trump's major attraction is for the vast majority of voters. He's a non-politician, and we're sick of professional politicians. But when he waffles like this, guys, he sounds like a professional politician. He's
right.
running against somebody, Hillary, who just sticks her finger in the wind, and whatever the position is of the pollsters that day is her position. If he becomes like that, he will lose. He will lose.
Well, here's the thing. If you're close to him or in his inner circle, can you have him be more on message? Because there was a lot of vacillation going on about the taxes, and he wasn't too clear about his plan. Can you help him with that?
I'm trying, Amy, and I got to say this. On the other hand, let Trump be Trump. This is what you get with Trump. I mean, as Peggy Noonan says in the Wall Street Journal, the thing we love about Donald Trump is you never know what he's going to say next. And then she said, and he never knows what he's going to say next either. I mean, there's a little bit of charm to that, but I think he's got to show some principled backbone. Because you're right, if he becomes a waffler and someone who's shifting his positions every day, it is going to deteriorate his base, no doubt about it.
Speaking of backbone, I want to bring you back to your home state in a sense. Prevailing wage, there's a group called Vote Vets that has launched a commercial barrage against Republican state legislators and 4 Democrat state legislators, and ostensibly against Governor Rauner, suggesting that veterans who served our country are now in the construction industry and they support prevailing wage, and they need prevailing wage to provide a decent living for their family. And those who would oppose prevailing wage, which adds about a 20% premium in cost to road construction projects in Illinois, are against veterans. If you're advising Republican state legislative candidates or Governor Rauner, what would your response to that charge be?
Well, this will put. I'm all for higher wages for workers. I mean, that's what every day I wake up, I'm trying to find ways we can become the highest wage country in the world. But you don't do that by government mandate. And by the way, how can the government keep paying higher and higher wages? The last time I looked, guys, the state of Illinois was broke. Where are they going to come up with all of this money to pay more of these folks? And I was watching, by the way, I was on Fox News the other day when you had those protests. Who's the hedge fund guy that they were protesting against?
Yeah.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, but I read an article. He's given $500 million to charity, and they're protesting this guy, and they're all most of them are Illinois charities. I mean, no good deed goes unpunished in Illinois.
It's not enough. He needs to give more.
$500 million. I mean, he's got to be the greatest giver virtually in the history of the state, and they're protesting.
There's no question. He's almost as philanthropic as Joe Biden. Steve Moore, chief economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, go Cubs. Bye.
He had to throw that in there. And Stephen Moore joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
About an hour and 10 minutes before the fog advisory is lifted, and the fog should be slowly lifting, and you can tell that it is right now. And then we'll have some partly to sunny skies by this afternoon, a high of 68 degrees. Tomorrow, a quick passing morning shower. Otherwise, mostly cloudy skies and a high of 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Very busy man this morning. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Those flight boards at Chicago's airports do look a lot better this afternoon than they do right now due to the fog. Lots of delays and a lot of cancellations at Midway. West Loop, Greektown got a report of a pedestrian hit by a car. Jackson at Green Street, just west of Halstead. Eden's 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50. The Eisenhower's an hour and 10 minutes from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 57 minutes. The Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Ride, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Toys are improving quickly. The northbound Tri-State still has slow pockets. Archer to 47th, Ogden to 31st. And from the Reagan Toy to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial just a little sluggish. Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Hey, the security officers at your business are an extension of your business. Because they are, you got to have the best. Often the first person your customer meets is your security officer, so they need to be professional, friendly, and courteous. Hey, if you're having issues with your security provider, don't tolerate it. Man, call Guardian Security Services. They're friends of mine. They're at the top of their game, setting the bar for customer service for the past 41 years in Chicago. Easy to reach if you have questions. They pride themselves on a client retention ratio greater than 95% and the best training and vetting practices in the industry. Hey, if you're unhappy with your on-site security officer or doorman, hey, call Guardian Security Services. Get a free consultation and tell them Joe Wall sent you. Right now, call 708-385-3300. That's 708-385-3300 or online at GuardianSecurityInc.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Howard. In my travels, I occasionally hear a Balance of Nature ad on the radio. These products are the culmination of my life's work, and I'm often surprised at my emotions that arise when people talk about how they have improved the quality of their life.
One thing that I'm amazed about is that prior to taking this, I was having hot flashes like almost every day, sometimes periodically, and haven't had them since then. So by all means, that's the one thing that I'm very grateful for.
These people are real. I'd like to thank the Balance of Nature customers for trusting me and for allowing me to help them in their pursuit of health.
Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. And Amy, since you were suckered by this story, why don't you enlighten our listeners about this hoax going around?
Well, there's a guy, and there is a man named Don Majewski from Chicago. They even said he was from Jefferson Park, and he had recently made a trip to Las Vegas after withdrawing most of his retirement savings, about $200,000, to put down a bet saying that the Cubs would win the World Series. Now it's been called into question. Yeah, so MGM has come out saying that, we're willing to take a bet, but this ticket has been altered and is illegitimate because there is a picture of the ticket, that
so
went
the story's
around.
a hoax.
But okay, fine. So so I got bamboozled, all right?
It's a hoax.
So I'm not supposed to believe everything I read on the internet? Is that what you're saying? But it was such an elaborate
That's what Lincoln
story.
said.
He said that he waited overnight before buying the ticket because he promised his wife he'd sleep on it. And then went on to say that his wife was a public school teacher and that they'd fall back on her pension. That's what I should have known it was a hoax.
Yeah.
That they're going to fall back on her pension for her retirement.
That's what made it believable, was that he could make this kind of gamble because he's got his wife's 7-figure guaranteed pension as the backstop. But,
and here's the picture. I'm looking at it. Well, I got bamboozled. Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of pictures, how about this? How about a hairy-chested Burt Reynolds from the 70s? What do you think about that? He's no John Thune, but let me tell you something.
Well, we don't know what John Thune's chest looks like. We can only imagine.
Speak for yourself,
Okay, fine. Topper.
I want to tell you something. This comes from Jack Dunn, no less, a male grooming expert.
A male grooming expert?
Yes,
Really?
and a salon owner.
Okay.
The
that's
metrosexual has left the room. Guys now coming in for their first waxing treatments tell us that they are under strict instructions from their partners that they can get anything waxed but their chests.
Okay.
As a result, we're seeing a huge increase of men with hairy chests.
I'm okay with that.
That's great news for Donna Shalala.
Oh, stop it.
Well, I mean, in terms of, what?
What?
No, I don't know. So what do you think about that? Hairy chests, it's back. The lumbersexual is back in vogue.
Lumbersexual. If you're asking for my opinion, Dan, I like the hairy chest. I think it's a great look, and I've liked it ever since, I loved the Bee Gees. And you remember Barry Gibb? He always wore those. I had the poster of Barry Gibb in my room, and Peter Frampton. Who else? It's Peter Frampton. He had a bare chest, but Barry Gibb had the yummy, furry chest, like a latch hook rug.
Please, to our producers in studio there, please cut yummy, furry chest. Amy Jacobson referring to yummy, furry chest. We're going to need that, put that on a continuous loop.
Okay, we could join it with your Cabo stuff.
Sean from Elmwood Park, you like guys with hairy chests?
No, but that's good news for Janet Napolitano. She could finally go back to the low-cut blouses. But listen, I want to talk about Stephen Moore. He's not just a prime example why nerds used to get pencils broken on their head, but he's an example of what happens when right answers compromise with wrong answers. Let's go to his first point. We're going to find drug addicts. Well, what exactly can a heroin addict pay? I'll charge you $0.25 because they're selling themselves on the corner of every major thoroughfare in the city. So I want to know how that's going to work out for you. The right answer is you legalize it all, and you solve a basket of problems, including the real gang problem, which is nothing more than logistics for drug dealers. Legalize
all right,
it all.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Sean. I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still thinking about John Thune's yummy, hairy chest.
It's like a latch hook rug.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Impact in Lake Forest.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Now that spring has arrived, it's likely you're looking forward to the warmer weather. But if you're a business owner, facilities manager, or maintenance engineer, you risk the same potential problem every year. A complete system failure. In fact, up to half of all commercial air conditioning units fail upon startup each season due to the lack of regular maintenance and repair. Let the professionals at Air Comfort make a comprehensive assessment of your mechanical system before there's a problem. A poorly operating air conditioning system results in uneven temperatures and humidity problems, leading to unhealthy mold and mildew growth. Don't compromise your business's overall air quality. Schedule today with Air Comfort. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Even if you're under contract with another provider, let Air Comfort provide your second opinion. After all, there's a reason why hundreds of businesses have trusted Air Comfort with their mechanical maintenance for more than 80 years. That's Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
Guys, you want a yummy, hairy, furry chest. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? Now, you might know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone number? I know my number because Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in with your hairy chest, you take a simple blood test, and because the lab is on site, you'll know your results within minutes. If you've noticed a decline in your energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low testosterone makes you feel tired and grumpy. Can also raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone. Stop editorializing over there.
Grow hair on your chest.
There you go. What an endorsement. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement at Low T Center. Services are covered by most health insurance companies, and they have flexible hours for your convenience. So do yourself a favor and call 630-409-4305 and tell them Dan Prof sent you. That's me. That number 630-409-4305 or go to lowtcenter.com.
We just washed the hair.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
There are two kinds of pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Well, we've had a wonderful morning here at Impact in Lake Forest. Thanks so much to the staff, to the CEO, Dan Meyer, for all of their generosity. And we'll see you back in the studio tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Let's go back now into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man jumps from an O'Hare upper terminal while running from police. Schaumburg woman pleads guilty in their daughter's death. Former University of Chicago Medical Center receiving state approval for a new expansion. And the Rangers stunned the White Sox. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Donald Trump's working on possible running mates after easy wins in West Virginia and Nebraska as he prepares to meet with House Speaker Paul Ryan tomorrow.
We'll see what happens. If we make a deal, that'll be great. And if we don't, we will trudge forward like I've been doing and winning, all the time.
Bernie Sanders also had a big night, beating Hillary Clinton by 15 points in West Virginia and still telling supporters he's in it to win it, even though she is less than 150 delegates away from clinching the Democratic nomination. This as the FBI interviews a top Clinton aide, or tries to, in the ongoing email probe. Fox Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
Cheryl Mills, a longtime senior aide to Hillary Clinton, and her lawyer both reportedly walked out of a recent interview with the FBI about Clinton's private email server. The Washington Post said that Mills and her lawyer Beth Wilkinson returned to the interview room after a brief absence. The paper said that the FBI investigators' questions that caused Mills and her lawyer to walk out were related to the procedure used to produce emails for possible public release by the State Department. Both Mills and her lawyer viewed these questions as off limits and covered under attorney-client privilege. Lisa?
John, family members say a man who stabbed 6 people, killing 2 outside Boston last night, had just been released from a hospital psychiatric ward. Police say Arthur DeRosa was shot and killed by an off-duty sheriff's deputy after plowing a car into a home and into a Macy's store at a Taunton mall, stabbing people at both locations.
You don't expect things like this to happen in your neighborhood. One house away, really. And you just don't expect this to happen.
An 80-year-old woman, one of the 2 victims who died, a pregnant woman, one of the survivors. ISIS claiming responsibility for bombing a crowded outdoor market in Iraq, killing more than 60 people in a mainly Shiite neighborhood of Baghdad. Late reports of another car bomb attack in Baghdad. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 54 degrees. Still some fog troubling commuters in the area. And some problems at the airports as well, too. 9:02 on AM 560. The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a man was hospitalized in critical condition after fleeing authorities jumping from an upper-level terminal at O'Hare to a lower terminal level. Chicago police say the 22-year-old man tried to make that jump, then suffered a critical head injury. Chicago Public School principal is hospitalized. She was heard trying to break up a fight between students. Chinyere Okafor Connolly was knocked unconscious at Jensen Elementary School on the west side. Police say 2 teens involved in the altercation were taken into custody. A 2-year-old boy is hospitalized after being rescued from a pond in northwest Indiana. The child was pulled from the water yesterday at the Hickory Ridge Lake Apartments in Maryville. Boy's mother telling police he was playing in a locked patio area when he got free. The Illinois Senate approving a change in the state school funding formula, in spite of opposition of Governor Rauner and Republican leaders in Springfield. As AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Sponsor Andy Menar's bill passed 31-21. Before the debate, Menar said the new formula would take into account factors like student poverty, special education needs, and bilingual needs. Menar says if nothing changes, things will only get worse.
This system is going to continue to erode. The system for downstate schools is eroding much faster than for other school districts in Illinois.
The bill protects wealthy districts from losing funding during a transition period. Republicans call the bill a bailout for Chicago. It now goes to the House where its future is uncertain. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports. Last night it was a win for the Cubs over San Diego, 8-7, while the White Sox had a lead after a rain delay, but Texas comes back for a 13-11 win. The news, a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now safely and legitimately at TimeshareExitTeam.com. 844-321-EXIT, 844-321-EXIT. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Indiana primary is over.
Together, we left it all on the field in Indiana. We gave it everything we've got. But the voters chose another path.
Ted Cruz folds his tent.
We are suspending our campaign.
Now it's Trump.
We're going to love each other. We're going to cherish each other. We're going to take care of each other.
The ride to the White House is crazy.
We're going to win. We're going to win in November.
What happens next happens here. This is your election station. AM 560. The Answer.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through May 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
9:05. Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. At Midway, more than 90 flights have been canceled this morning due to the fog. Midway has some delays, mainly affecting arrivals. The Edens is now 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy's improving a bit, with delays from Central to the Burn Circle. 50 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 35 from Montrose, 30 on the Express. Outbound 35 minutes to the airport from downtown. The Eisenhower, 1 hour. Thorndale to the post office, 40 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 45 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound stop and go Bryn Mawr to North Avenue. Northbound, still heavy Oakwood to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State delays, Archer to 47th, Ogden to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial heavy from Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher is next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Let's get the latest with meteorologist Steve Williams.
Cloudy skies, some breaks of sun this afternoon. We have a high 70. Cloudy tonight, some rain and a thunderstorm beginning in the late evening. Look for a low tonight at 55. Clouds will break for some sun tomorrow. Passing shower in the morning. It'll be breezy, high 73. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
55 at O'Hare. Next news at 9:30, and Mike Gallagher starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers.